Y'all ready? Jennifer? All right, good evening, everyone. The time is 5:31 p.m. It is Tuesday, January the 21st, and I'm going to call this special City Council meeting to order. Would the City Secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell.
Here.
Heiser.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
Zuniga.
Present.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney. Tobias.
Here. All right, 6 members present. We have a quorum. Next up is citizen comments period. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak? Seeing none, citizen comments is now closed. Next up is executive session. City Council will now go into executive session to discuss agenda items 1A through K pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. Thank you. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be action taken now. Councilmember McKinney.
I'd like to make a motion authorizing the city manager to enter in a purchase agreement in a form approved by the city attorney to acquire the properties located at 103 and 105 Veterans for a fair and reasonable price, including closing costs, which amount is available from existing city funds for property acquisition, and to complete the transaction and close on the purchase.
Second. All right, motion by Councilmember McKinney, second by Councilmember Heiser. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Zuniga.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, my comments are that I don't see the immediate strategic need to acquire these properties at this present time. I think that this is a decision that is being rushed, so I would be opposed to this.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries 5-2. Next up, a motion to adjourn. All right, we are adjourned. Do you need a second, Jennifer? She never listened. All right, good evening, everyone. The time is 7:07 p.m. It is Tuesday, January 21st. I'm going to call this regularly scheduled City Council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The City Secretary, please call the roll.
Mitchell.
Here.
Heiser.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
Zuniga.
Present.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
Tobias.
Present.
All right, all members are present. We have a quorum. Next up is approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to go ahead and approve the minutes for January 7th, 2025, and also for the regular meeting on the same date, January 7th, 2025.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember McKinney that we approve the minutes. Is there discussion on those motions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is citizen comments. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct your comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I have two folks who have registered ahead of time. First is Jason Payne, Sr.
Honorable Mayor, distinguished members of the council, my name is Jason Payne with the Kyle VFW Post 12058. Just come and give y'all my bi-weekly update or whatever. We're going pretty strong. Our community closets doing great. We've got up pretty much full with clothes for anybody needing any help in this time. We've got blankets and jackets that are available for those out there. So if you happen to know of anybody needing any assistance in this cold weather, please, send them our way. We've got stuff for them. If there's any disaster, anybody has a fire issue, we've got stuff to help take care of them as far as tennis shoes, not a lot, but a few, pants, shirts, stuff like that. We're getting pretty good in our partnership with the American Red Cross. We have worked on getting everything set up. I'm ready and rolling to start doing CPR classes through my company. Be $30 a person at the VFW. I'll be ready anytime anybody wants to go. Also, up until July, if you have anybody that needs, at least 4 people that need to do some OSHA 10 construction, I am an outreach OSHA instructor, so I'm available until July to be able to teach anybody that needs OSHA 10, and I'll do that for $30 at the VFW as well. We've got a lot of stuff coming up. We've got different deals going on with Honor Guard for assisting with AMVETS Post and Kyle 115. We're having a good relationship with them, trying to get through it. I'm still working on trying to get more women veterans invested, because I feel like they're out there and don't want to come up for some reason. And I understand there's some issues in the past with that and stuff, but I'm really wanting to have some women veterans to come in and start being able to receive the care and love that we have to offer, and get them back to their new norm. In August, so y'all know, we're going to be doing our yearly annual U.S. Veteran Service Dog Telethon. So we're going to be setting that up, and that'll be going live in August. We're going to be putting out posters here soon, and that's to get these veterans, U.S. Veteran Service Dogs, to veterans that are in need, so they can get out there and get back to a new norm. And it's a very, very huge deal that we're partnered with USVSD. So that, look on that for coming up in August, and thank y'all for the time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Payne. Our next up is Vanessa Westbrook.
Good evening, everyone. I'm hoping that everybody had a great holiday yesterday, though it was a little frigid for everyone. I actually participated in the march over in San Marcos at 27 degrees. Don't know if I'm going to do that again. But at any rate, it was the cause. This year, the mission, the focus for MLK Day is Mission Possible, protecting freedom, justice, and democracy in the spirit of nonviolence. I'd like to offer everyone an invitation to this Sunday at 3 p.m. over at the new academic building for the school district. The students, high school students for Hayes Consolidated School District, will be doing a program to celebrate MLK. The program will focus on students doing all of the presentations and their way of interpreting this mission possible, protecting freedom, justice, and democracy in the spirit of nonviolence. So please join us. It's at 3 o'clock p.m. All are welcome. It's a family event. Again, the students will be doing the presentations, and we hope to see you there. And while I have you on the line, Peace and Progress is coming up. I'm not sure where that's going, to be truthful with you. And maybe we'll get some light on it. It has taken several terms since it originally started, and I'm not sure that the turns now are going in a positive direction. I would like for you to please think about it and what the intent is of how it started. I participated in the very one back, I think it was 2020, or after the George Floyd tragic mishap. And I've been participating in almost every single one of them since then. And if I'm telling you that I'm not sure where it's going, I'm not sure that the community knows that either. So I'm just going to leave you with that to give that some thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westbrook. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments. Citizen comments is, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I missed you. Do you have a form for me?
Hi, hello, my name is Sandy Gonzalez. I'm a local resident, and I was here last time to express my opposition to the council's decision to destroy the tree on Stagecoach Trail. I did at that time inform y'all that there are heritage tree ordinances in other communities. And I think I mentioned Houston and Austin, I think Dallas or Denton, but I actually forgot that Buda has one. And Buda is not only probably half our size, but I think for them to have already created this and trying to be working with this says a lot about them. So I hope that y'all can consider that, because as we grow as a city, it's not just about growing more asphalt and concrete. It's actually about saving the environment too and actually beautifying it. And concrete, I don't think anybody has ever said that the more concrete you put down, the more beautiful the city's gonna be. It's not. It's actually going to be pretty darn ugly and nothing special about it. And I think Kyle can grow to be that, and I hope you can see that.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward? All right, seeing none, we're going to close citizen comments. Next up is agenda order. Does anybody have any items on the agenda they wish to have moved? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to appointments. We'll bring up agenda items 3 and 4 together. Number 3 is consider the appointment of Nicole Cloutier to seat 5 on the Kyle Ethics Commission. And then agenda item number 4 is consider the reappointment of Nancy Fahy for seat 6 on the City of Kyle Ethics Commission. Just as a reminder, these are nominate and confirm processes. Each council member, per the charter, nominates someone to represent them during the time they are on the dais and presents that to the council. And so if either of you have anything you'd like to say about your nominees, you're welcome to, but it's not required. Councilmember McKinney.
Nicole has been my Jiminy Cricket for a lot of years, and I told her a long time ago that if I ever won, she was going to be my ethics person. So she calls me out every chance she gets. So she's one of the few people that can get away with it. So.
Fair enough. Anyone
And
else?
myself, Ms. Fahy, it has been truly an honor to have you be reappointed again. She's been my nominee since I've started, and I'm going to be going on 5 years now. She is somebody that I could always call and get advice from as well, and just she's also somebody who has shown great support for the city, also for council and myself. And whenever it would come to a situation that had to deal with ethics, she's been somebody that's been true to her word and shows the high integrity. And that's why I'm reappointing her one more time. And I want to say, Ms. Fahy, thank you so much for all your service to the city.
All right, thank you. Any further comments? I'll make a motion that we approve agenda items 3 and 4 with Nicole and Nancy representing these two council members.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, second by Councilmember Rizo. Is there discussion on the motion?
I think these are great picks. So.
Anything else? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item number 5, a proclamation recognizing Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Councilmember Zuniga.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I was preparing this proclamation to read today, and I went through a lot of facts and research on the legacy of Martin Luther King, and just wanted to say a few little factual things before I read the proclamation. So he entered college at 15. He was the youngest person almost was the youngest person to win a Nobel Peace Prize at the age of 35. He had a short life. I mean, he was killed when he was 39, but he accomplished a lot during his lifespan. He was arrested 30 times. Some of these were very petty things, like just for holding a prayer, for protesting, for littering, for driving 30 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, and also for obstructing the sidewalk. So those were, during the times, pretty hard. And he stepped up to be a leader. So you imagine being 25 years old and you have to converse with presidents and delegates and try to create policy at that age, how prepared and ready he had to be to meet that situation in the moment that really needed him, because many people who had no voice needed him. So that's why we remember him. And these are just some of those facts. So I wanted to start by reading that whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a prominent figure in the American Civil Rights Movement, advocated for equality, justice, and nonviolent resistance, His relentless work for better civil and human rights, along with other activist leaders and coalitions, led to the passage of the Civil Rights Acts of 1964 and Voting Rights Act of 1965. The central theme of every march, protest, boycott, and campaign was the hope of freedom and liberty for all, a stark reminder to all Americans of our founding ideals that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with unalienable rights, among those life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King used passive resistance and civil disobedience as a strategy to assert a moral position and gain collective strength for public and political support for the civil rights movement. Dr. King was self-aware that this form of resistance holds its power on the premise that government derives its legitimate authority only on the consent of the governed. Sadly, this form of resistance was frequently met with arrests, violence, and even death. And yet protesters did not react with violence because they understood that the means of struggle must be morally compatible with the ends being sought. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., numerous examples of compassion and service for humanity have been historically documented, such as his Nobel Peace Prize lecture in 1968, where he spoke about the evils of racial injustice, protest of unjust wars, and disproportionate national poverty for poor Black and white Americans. His struggle to reduce disparities, create equal opportunity, promote inclusivity, and safeguard the most vulnerable remain fundamental principles of today's generation for better jobs, higher wages, healthcare, environmental, animal protection, and decent housing and education. Whereas Dr. King's iconic I Have a Dream speech inspires each of us to strive for a world where everyone is judged by the content of their character and not by skin color, prejudice, racism, or bias. When Dr. King referred to the whole community of Black and white Americans, he spoke about everyone bringing their gifts, their talents, their unique cultural experiences. And because we live in a society where we have differences, we need to come together to celebrate those differences. Perhaps if Dr. Martin Luther King were alive today, he would likely ask all of us to deepen our patriotism by leaving our comfort zones and reach across barriers and learn to work with each other for a greater cause. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. emphasis on morals, compassion, and education as the tools for social and political change inspire us to use our collective voice to promote a global community rooted in shared humanity. Dr. King understood that for social progress to be sustainable, a commitment to serving others needs to be a central theme to change the hearts and the minds of decision makers and policymakers. By serving others, we develop relationships, we develop empathy, we reduce our selfish behavior, and develop balance with our spiritual life and humanity. Dr. Martin Luther King realized that by our service to others, we could stretch ourselves and build the ties that bind our democracy, which is ultimately our strength. Whereas in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the legacy and service and dedication for the rights of all Americans, the City of Kyle encourages and will continue to promote strong and inclusive communities that embrace and celebrate efforts to bring people together. The City of Kyle encourages everyone to take action, to help others, look for opportunities to volunteer, donate to a local charity. By serving others, by making serving others a habit, you create a positive impact on the world around you. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the City Council of the City of Kyle that January 20th, 2025 should be remembered as Martin Luther King Jr. Day. That's what I have.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Zuniga. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add to that?
That took a lot of work
Well-written
to research.
proclamation.
I wanted it to come out really nice.
No,
Councilmember Rizo.
actually came out really good. You hit on some really important things, Something Dr. Westbrook talked about is where are we going? And it talks about education. It's talking about learning one's cultures. I mean, that's something Dr. King really focused on. And I think when we look at Precinct Progress, we should be looking at those aspects. It's about education. It's about, learning about each other's cultures, really informing the community. But the other thing you talked about was, love. So one of the things that Dr. King had was love for everybody, for his fellow man, for his neighbors, for everybody. There's no room for hate in the world. When you have hate, definitely bad things happen. You've got to share that love. You have to share that love with your community, with your neighbors, with everybody. There's no room for hate in society. So great job, Councilman Zuniga.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzo.
Anybody have any additional comments? All right, thank you very much. All right, next up is agenda item number 6, introduction of a new transportation director, Mike Trimble. Ms. Schmeitz.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amber Smites, Assistant City Manager for the record. Got our new Transportation and Public Works Director, Mike Trimble, here with us tonight. I'm going to introduce him. There we go. This is Mike Trimble. If y'all recall, we created the Transportation and Public Works Department and the director position in the fiscal year 24-25 budget. And the intent of creating this new department was to provide a more focused approach to the delivery of our transportation projects, including but not limited to our 2022 road bond program, creating an intelligent transportation system whereby we can control traffic in real-time status, and managing our Uber and transportation programs. He joined us on January 13th, so he's been here a week. He's still coming back. We're excited about that. He has 20 years of experience in city government. He worked for HNTB, where he was a GEC there, and then also with the city of Austin for a very long time, and he's Williamson County. He's a graduate of Texas A&M University.
All right, thank you, Amber. Does anybody have any questions or for Mr. Trimble? Councilmember Tobias.
Oh, okay, I'll give you that A&M. Yeah, I was hoping for a UT engineer, but it's all right. Mr. Trimble, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
And I am excited you're here because we're going to be working close together. As you know, one of my biggest attributes on council is to get these roads up and going and getting them repaired. And the 2022 bond was very important to me because it affected probably about 60 to 70% of the east side of Kyle. So I'll be picking you up, and we're going to be going on a road tour. We're going to be going and driving those roads up and down and taking a look at them, especially in front of Science Hall. And I think I already got with Brian on that. But thank you for joining us. I appreciate your time that you're going to give to our city, and welcome aboard. And you're with your experience. I think you're going to be a good fit. And again, just glad you're on board and ready to see some of these road bond projects get up and running with your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments? Councilmember Zuniga.
Thank you for coming to work for our city. I'm sure you'll do a great job. New Braunfels, is that where you worked in?
So I've worked at City of Austin for about 16, almost 17 years. Last year and a half, I was at HNTB, but before that, I was at City of Austin in a couple of different roles.
HTNB is New Braunfels, isn't it?
Oh, no, it's a private consulting firm, civil engineering firm.
So I thought you worked in the New Braunfels area.
No, I did work with Hays County as part of that GEC team, working with Hays County on their bond program.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rizo.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this hire. I'm excited about this position. Want to see our road projects really go fast. 2023, we lost a year. So anything you can do to get some of that time back, I'd really appreciate. We definitely want to get moving on these projects. As you know, bond dollars don't increase, so the faster we can get on these projects, you'll definitely have my full support and the council's full support as well. So looking forward to seeing the work that you're going to put in and to see these projects get off. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right, anyone else? All right, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, next up is agenda item number 7, receive a report, hold a discussion, provide staff direction regarding Project Sahara. Ms. Melissa McCollum.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Amber Smides, Assistant City Manager for the record. I'm just going to tee this project up. I know we talked about the road bond, our transportation directors here. We do want to have a more focused approach to our transportation and the important corridors in Kyle. And one of those that was unfortunately left off of the road bond project was the extension of South Goforth Road from Yarrington all the way up to Beebe. So this project, Project Sahara, is a crucial part of that. I think the intent when council made the hard decision to remove that from the road bond list was the thought that the developers would come in and partner with the city to get these roads built. And that's what we're bringing you, that's what they're bringing you tonight, is this partnership to help get this extension of the road built through their tract. So here's a map of the Grove property. And the segment, we would be working with them to build. The city would construct. It's through the Aladdin tract. We would get that section going north to County Road 158. So the blue is already under construction. We would build to 158 and then all the way north to 150, completing that major section loop, providing additional access for residents to, they could go south to Yarrington and hit the interstate. So I know everybody knows how congested FM 150 is with folks trying to get out to the interstate. This would relieve a lot of that congestion and the traffic in the area. So there would be, right now there's 2 roundabouts planned there. We're in the works with TxDOT about what would be the ultimate design at FM 150. But this is what we have proposed so far. So again, as you know, they experience a lot of traffic and congestion on 150. And so we really believe that with the construction of this road, that it will help ease that. It will give residents another way to access that. And then when the county comes in with their road bond project, they will extend from 150 north to all the way to BB Road or High Road, which is the county portion. So they would have access to I-35. It would create another north-southbound movement through the city, which we have very few of on the east side. As you know, there's changes for the cost estimates over time. So what this project truly brings us, and I don't want y'all to focus too much on the numbers, but truly what it brings us is efficiency and access to the property right of way. There will be a full dedication of the property, which we're estimating about $2.2 million. So the city would get that donated to them. We wouldn't have to go through the eminent domain process, which would be very costly in terms of time and staff and all those resources. So we would be able to get access to the property. We could start design right away and start construction even faster. And so, as you know, as we move projects further and further, there are costs. There's cost in construction for inflation, and then also just for land acquisition, as you know, land only improves with value. So we feel like this would be a good deal to get going on the project. We know it's a very necessary arterial road that we need to connect for the east side of Kyle. We believe it'd be very beneficial to them. And so I just wanted to point that out to y'all as you're hearing the Grove project tonight, that this is a critical piece that would be constructed as part of the project. And so let's go, Kyle. I think that's what Mike is naming our transportation mission. And so just wanted to show you, these are all the roads that we have planned. And then you can see in purple there is the ultimate build out of South Goforth and how that would provide that much needed north-south movement through the east side of Kyle.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Amber before we move on to Melissa? All right, thank you.
Well, Thank you. With that, Melissa McCollum, Chief Development Officer. I'm excited to start the presentation, and we'll turn it over to Abby and the Sahara Grove team to really kind of talk about some of the updates they've had for this project. So as Amber kind of highlighted, we've highlighted the project in blue here. It is between County Road 158 and FM 150. And again, it's a little under 100 acres. Through this process, this property would come into the city limits. It's currently in our ETJ. They would look at extending utilities, doing a development agreement, and a PID agreement as well. So Amber also showed previously on the slides, TERS number 4 already encompasses this area. This is something that council and the county are, both the city and the county are participating in. And since it's over the TERS, the city will take the lead on building that roadway, but it will absolutely go through this project and incorporate it into the right-of-way for that. So this is just a precursor and a follow-up to the presentation that we did in October to really kind of highlight some of the differences and changes that are going on with this Project Sahara project. So with that, I'll turn it over to Abby and their team as well. And we'll be here for any questions.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, Abby Gilfillan. I'm with Lionheart Places here representing the developer Streamline Advisory Partners. I really appreciate the opportunity to be back here tonight and talk to you a little bit about the project and some of the changes that we've made. So I'm going to start off here just talking a little bit about the location and context, then go into our overall project goals and development program, hit on some of the key development agreement terms, and then the financing district. So this project is located about 1.5 miles from downtown, just east of I-35. In the city's newly adopted comprehensive plan, this is in a regional commercial center, a portion of it. And so we took a lot of direction from that comprehensive plan that was just adopted when looking at the types of land uses. I won't go into this a lot because I think staff just did a great job of explaining how this is a really key link in the City of Kyle's transportation network and plan. So in terms of the overall project goals, this is something we've been working on as we've been working with the city, as we've talked to you all, to really understand this site and the context and how this project can fit into that within Kyle. And so with that, we've set up really 4 goals as we're thinking about the design of this place. One is to become an East Kyle commercial and civic hub. And so one of the things that we recognize, and I think your comprehensive plan speaks to this as well, is that this is one of the last pieces where we can really start to create a place that is a commercial center. And so a little bit different than some of the commercial along FM 150 now, that's just sort of facing FM 150 and stops after a little bit, one parcel or so back. We've really tried, and I'll show you as we get to some of the commercial plans up here. We're really trying to bring the commercial back and create a true center where we've got plaza spaces going on and leading back to the residential. In terms of infrastructure and amenities, we've always known that Goforth was going to be a big piece of this site. It does run diagonal all the way through the site, and there's an LCRA transmission line that goes along it. And so we've taken really careful an approach to designing the site to try to make it an integrated single site while accommodating that infrastructure. The Vibe Trail also goes through there. In terms of health, we really thought about how do we create an active and vibrant community within the development, and that can be attractive to the east side of Kyle. And so things like neighborhood services, having access to healthy food, those sorts of things have been a really big component of this plan. And then finally, housing, so providing a variety of housing types. We've got everything from multifamily to townhomes to detached single family that's front loaded, detached single family that's rear loaded. And we also have a mixed income community, so parts of the community are also affordable. This is the overall illustrative plan here. We've got a couple of renderings that show a couple of places within the plan. One is that commercial node at the beginning up there where you see some of those red buildings. You can see how it's really oriented towards what we're calling sort of our retail street that comes down through the site and connects right into the multifamily there. So that becomes one of the activated streets within the development that kind of connects everything. And then you've got the Vibe Trail, that bottom picture is showing the Vibe Trail running along the extension of Goforth there. In terms of the overall program, we've got about 400 units in the single-family section. Again, all different, they're all fee-simple lots, but all different types of units. On the multifamily side, we have 300 affordable units, and then 300 market rate units. And in terms of the commercial and civic, there's 96,000 square feet of both commercial and civic uses in that area. Parks and open space, we have 10.5 acres representing over 10% of the site is in parks and open space. And I'll get into a little bit more about that parks and open space program. So this is the commercial area. You can see we've got kind of sectioned off there an area for a civic that could be dedicated to the city, about a 3-acre site that could accommodate a 24,000 square foot building that would be dedicated to the city. You can see one of the ways that we designed there to really sort of think about this commercial and the civic hub as really almost an anchor to the site to bring people in. You can see there, or this doesn't work, but those plaza spaces are all around it. So it really creates that really attractive, active, vibrant center within the site. Some of the other things I can highlight there, we do have several retail buildings that can be restaurant, a potential grocer on that end cap, and daycare spaces. So this is kind of some of the character of that area. You can see over on the top right of that slide, that's kind of a picture of what those plaza spaces in front of these retail buildings could start to look like. We've got wide sidewalks that line that retail frontage, and then potential civic hub or anchor to that development as well. In terms of the character of the multifamily, we're really looking at more of an urban style product that again lines that street as you come in to really encourage, while it's not a vertically mixed use project, it is horizontally mixed and integrated there to the commercial areas. In terms of the single family character, I've talked about all of the different product types that go into that area. Some of the key development terms, we were here in October and have been working since then with staff on refining this project. I think some of the key refinements Amber talked about with Goforth is we'll be dedicating that right up front. So with the approval of the project, we'll be providing that by meets and bounds to the city right away. Water service, we are asking for a swap in CCN service to the city of Kyle from County Line. There's been no change in total LUEs, but another big change in terms of the financing district is that there won't be any TERS money going to this project because Goforth will be constructed by the city. So the only request in terms of financing districts is just for a PID. And then in terms of the commercial area, we are committing to, again, dedicating 3 acres as well as a cash contribution to help with that 3-acre commitment there in the commercial area. In October, we were at $750,000. We're now at $3 million upfront. And then starting in year 16, there would be $100,000 that would escalate by 3% annually after that. Some of the city responsibilities we've talked about is just construction of Goforth and those roundabout intersections. I will say that we have submitted a TIA and have been working with the city and county and TxDOT already to try to help advance the construction of Goforth there. We will have some site development standards for that commercial hub to really try to create that center, CCN transfer, and to authorize a PID. A couple of utility extensions. I know Amber talked about we will be putting wastewater about 0.7 miles down County Road 158, so there's no wastewater service to the site now, so we'll be extending that. And then having some extensions of water service as well. And we'll be building regional detention that will serve to detain for the property, but also for the construction of Go Forth Road. And all of the construction of utilities and stormwater and things like that that go into Go Forth Road will be developer obligation. In terms of phasing, we would, again, start with that major infrastructure for the whole site. And in terms of development phasing, we'd be starting with the affordable multifamily, about 20,000 square feet of the commercial up front while Go Forth is being connected, and then start on the southern portion of the single-family side. The reason we're really starting on that southern portion is that the site drains downhill, and so that's where the regional detention is built, and that's also where we start with utilities to get wastewater down to the Cool Springs.
Abby, so you're saying that everything to the east of Go Forth that's retail would be developed in phase one? Is that what that's saying? 20,000 square feet?
Yeah, so there's actually 96,000 square feet in the commercial area. We're committing to 20,000 in phase one. A minimum of 20,000 before moving on to the market rate.
Is there anything that you're willing to consider in terms of the remainder? Is the remainder of the retail still something you'd have to build into your phases, or could it be the case from the document standpoint that retail would not get developed until the very last?
We can certainly talk through phasing more, but right now what we're saying is that we would be holding up the market rate, so it's not till last, I guess, to answer your question. Okay. The market rate multifamily there would not be able to be built until at least the 20,000 of the commercial was done.
But the remainder would be unencumbered from any kind of performance based on your proposal right now?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I did already talk about this, so I'm going to go through it again. And then the parks and open space, one of the big commitments here that we're making is that we are committing to developing out that parks and open space. So we're exceeding the city's requirement for development by, we're doubling it. So we'll be providing up to $2 million worth of, or at least $2 million worth of improvements within those parks spaces to include restrooms, drinking fountains, an indoor meeting space, a covered sport court, playscape, and native landscaping. And then another thing that we've done is we've really paid a lot of care to design this site, utilizing the natural drainage patterns. So what you'll see there through the center of the site is a natural paseo, call it. So you'll have homes fronting on that, and that allows for a lot of the drainage to be able to not just all go into stormwater pipes, but go through that natural drainage channel. It can be, there's some water quality benefits from that. It also slows the water down so that our detention doesn't necessarily have to be as big. And it creates a nice environment for the homes as well. So it adds open space into the whole design of the space. I think I already talked about here this CCN transfer and extending services to the site. In terms of the financing district, we talked about the project overview here in terms of the number of units that go into the financing district. The main change here is that there's no longer any TERS funds. It is a straight PID. The PID will be used to construct major water and wastewater, as well as internal improvements for the single family. It's 2.7 tax rate, 2.1 or 2-to-1 value to lien ratio. The maximum authorized improvements to be funded by the PID are $25 million, and the gross estimated PID bond proceeds are $8.5 million. Some of the additional terms that will be built into the development agreement is that builder commitments, as well as acceptable assurance of funds, will need to be available to complete the lots before PID bonds are issued. The affordable, as well as any civic or city buildings, would be outside of the PID, so not participating in the PID. And then we've talked about the pilot payment that will be offered as well. These are some of the competitive tax rates in the area. And so you can see we fall a little bit above that average there of the market average of 2.6 at 2.7. Those are all my slides, but I am here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Abby. Appreciate that. Does anybody have any questions for the presenter or comments? Councilman Rizo.
Thank you for the presentation. I guess the most concerning part of this for me is that history. So we've had a history of people coming in and building multifamily, promising us a lot of retail and not delivering that part. I'm worried about building the affordable family and only 20,000 square feet of the commercial. So that's a big concern for me right there. It's just, look, it's nothing against you. It's just history here in Kyle. We can look down at Philomena right now, and there's a building there that asked us to do multifamily and MXD, and it's not there yet. The MXD is not there yet. So for me, this is kind of what makes me a little leery of things like this. So I guess for me, it'd have to have a lot of safeguards for me to approve something like this, making sure we get all our retail, make sure we get our park spaces, making sure we get the road, which is really, really important to me, is that road. But really, it's just the safeguards. Look, what assurances do I have that you come in and do this multifamily and then nothing else gets built? I mean, that's kind of what I need as the council member that oversees this district. I want to make sure that we're getting everything we're promised, making sure that we're bringing deliverables to the people that live in that area. And that's kind of what I'm really looking for.
Understand.
Okay.
One thing that I would say about the commercial is before Go Forth is connected, it is creating a real viable commercial becomes more challenging to do that off of. Now we do have the benefit of, let me go to the commercial slide. We do have the benefit of having another access to FM 150, and so we can start to activate it, but that is one consideration in getting all of that commercial done, is that we would want to see Go Forth all the way connected.
Okay. And then for me to be able to approve the multifamily, everything else, is just making sure I got those pad sites, making sure that we're moving forward, safeguards where certain projects, earmarks have to be hit in certain times, and making sure that we get everything we're being promised. That's the big thing, is making sure we get everything that's being promised, because we've had a lot of development come in and make us a lot of promises, give us these great spiels, and then we end up short. And that's what I want to make sure moving forward as a city, we're not continuing that pattern where we now have those safeguards in place and we're moving forward and we're getting all the deliverables and not seeing that, just seeing empty land, and that's it.
Yes, sir. Understand. We'll work closely with staff on that development agreement.
Councilman Zuniga.
Thank you, Robert. Yes, for me, it would have to look like less single family housing. I still think it's light on the commercial side. I know you're trying to say that this is a commercial hub activated, but it still looks light on the highest and best land use for 150. I'd like to see more there, more of that commercial space, because even if you take away the civic building, then it really reduces the square footage of, and civic building is just a city building. So what I'm looking at is that retail, sales tax. If you have to put more of it on 150, that's, would be my suggestion. But if you could look at 158 for some of it, cut down on some of that housing. And then what is this development doing with the reuse and reclaimed water opportunities here to keep that grass green, to conserve the water? Because that's something that we need to keep in mind. We want to make sure that you get our water, that we're doing it in a sustainable way for this development. So what are we looking at to improve upon that reuse, reclaiming water in this development? Right? Is that something that y'all are looking at? Purple pipe, water reuse, infrastructure?
I would let maybe staff answer in terms of whether or not the reclaimed water is available to this site. I think we did inquire about that, and I don't know that the city's reclaim line is available to this site. One thing we have committed to, though, is rainwater catchment. within the commercial area. So that's something, and that rainwater would be used to irrigate all of that area.
Right, but to have 7 acres of green space here and a vibe trail connecting, I just think that you need to have more paths for, building up that green, the green shrubs and trees and stuff. So we don't want you just to use our water out there. We want it to be sustainable somehow. We want to recapture what we can.
Understand. Yeah, we definitely would be happy to commit to all of the, rain water tolerant or drought tolerant and low water use plantings, as well as rainwater catchment. We agree. We share that thought.
So is purple pipe expensive in this development?
Yeah, we'll be glad to take a look at it and see.
We don't have the network, but I'm looking at the future to build in that
Right.
network here.
Yeah, I think I understand the intent. We'll be glad to look at that with the developer and our utility staff and see what's possible, what makes the most sense. I don't know that off the top of my head, but we'll be glad to look at it.
And I guess I'd like to know if other council members see opportunities here for more retail as essential for the highest and best land use.
Councilmember Tobias.
Okay, yes, thank you. And we've had this conversation before with other council members. It's hard to say what would actually go in there. But with your experience designing these kind of retail pads, could you give us an example of which businesses has been drawn to these kind of pads that have this square footage that could be potentially wanting to utilize this space? It's curious to know, because I know when we have developers come in and they develop just the pad sites, but I'm just curious to know who is in which companies and which businesses and which franchises are intrigued with this type of setup that could possibly be interested in that area.
Sure. So these are set up, I'm going to go back to this slide here. So these are really set up as multi-tenant buildings. So similar to like that picture up on the top right there. So you would have multiple tenants in there. But one of the things that we're really trying to do is create spaces for outdoor dining, for people to, gather. And so we have those outdoor plaza spaces and things like that. Going to the actual picture here, so you would look at, we do have like up in the top, starting up at the top by FM 150, that is set up as what could be a restaurant site.
Okay.
Then we have a multi-tenant building to the right. We have a retail, and one of the things we've really thought about, we still have a local smaller grocer that's interested in this site. And so looking at that as if you see where the black line is on the building that's adjacent to the civic space there, looking across the plaza, they could have a local grocer with some outdoor seating, again, that interplays with that civic space and civic building. Multi-tenant, another multi-tenant building, and then a daycare. And so within those multi-tenant buildings, you might see, different restaurants, different kind of neighborhood services, that sort of thing.
Okay. And as far as, because that could be something that our economic development team could look at later on to say if there's businesses or franchises interested in this area, that could be a real draw for the residents there. You can't really discriminate on who's coming there, but it's also helpful to bring in retail businesses that can accommodate the residents for a lot of their needs and so forth.
That'd be great.
And I noticed that a lot of these developments always throw in a daycare, which I can understand because there's going to be housing nearby, but that's just my feedback on that.
Thank you, sir.
Does anybody else have any feedback?
Last thing.
Hang on before y'all go. I have a couple thoughts. It's really to echo what Councilmember Zuniga was discussing, as well as what you had to say. So you said at the beginning of this, can we go to the master transportation plan slide? It may have been on Amber's that shows it from the widest possible scope.
I think it's on here also.
Okay. Oh, yes, there it is on the left-hand side. So you can see, so your comment, Abby, was that the retail market at that site, because it's sort of mid-block between I-35 and Highway 21, it's not really viable for a hub until the road comes in. And then the road, as it comes in, once it's constructed, does make it much more of a regional node, which is what our comprehensive plan calls for, which you've
Yes,
correctly noted.
Yes.
So I think all of that is pretty good. But the reason that I think that it becomes such a hub is because if you look south, you can see where the blue circle roundabout is. That entire project is Meritage, and then everything that's called Limestone Creek. And then everything to the east is Waterstone. That entire project is Lennar, with future development coming for years and years, many homes being built. And if you think about where do these folks go for lunch or any of their daytime or evening retail, as it's currently laid out, they have to go to I-35 and then north. It's their only option. They can't go to I-35 and south. They can't go straight south. They can't go straight north. These projects, so my point is, when that road is finally connected up to 150, the retail will be able to not only get traffic from Post Oak and Waterleaf and Cool Springs and all of those subdivisions, but also from Limestone Creek and the Lennar, and all of those homes will be able to funnel up north. So the reason I'm bringing all that up is because kind of what Councilmember Zuniga and Councilmember Rizo have talked about is I think we have a strong desire to make sure that vision for creating that retail hub that would benefit so many of the folks who live out on 150 is achieved. And so right now, as it's proposed, it feels like there is a certain amount of probably rightful fear that the market won't be there at any point in time. But I think what we're saying is we do believe in the market being there, especially after this project, after the road is completed and the project is delivered. But the only thing that you're, number one, committing to is a total of an allocation of up to 96,000 square feet in retail, but you're actually only committing to deliver 20,000 square feet, period, full stop.
Yes, so that was in phase one before we could do the next market rate. I would say that I fully agree with you on that. Once all of these rooftops come in this area, Go Forth is connected, and all of the rooftops in our development come in, that commercial does become a lot more viable. And so I think that's what, in terms of phasing, is just that's what I was talking about in terms of phasing, and that it does become harder. You know, it's easier to make strip retail along FM 150 work. It becomes harder to really create a center and in a really attractive center in the site. And that does take more rooftops. It takes Go Forth being connected. And so in terms of phasing, that's where I was going with on that 20,000 square feet, is that it is hard to build out the whole site in that kind of timing.
Right, but the thing about Go Forth that's very important is that the Go Forth road is delivering you thousands of rooftops that you don't have to build on your site. It's going to bring you many thousands of vehicles per day using that intersection at 150 as a turning point, instead of continuing west towards I-35 and the bottleneck around that S-curve. It allows for those folks to turn, and also from the south to go north to that site, CVS, Walgreens, those kind of neighborhood convenience sites. I would think that would be ideally suited at the right time. And so what I'm wanting to consider is really two things. And that's, number one, is to increase the commitment, not by a lot, but by some, towards total square footage of retail. And then to also tie your phases such that every phase that you go through, you also are required to deliver some amount of retail to coincide with that, so that we know that as your project is coming online, as you're selling off pieces for vertical development, that you must also consider the retail and build that alongside. So if you're willing to do those two things, I think that probably goes a long way. But those are my thoughts. To increase the number, or maybe what I would say is to not count the Civic towards it. You're counting the 20,000 square feet on land that you won't own. So I would prefer to see the 96,000 square feet be wholly on land that you will retain. and then also to have like 20,000 square feet per phase that you go through until it's completed, so that we know that there's no scenario where you build out all of the residential before another square foot of retail dirt turns. Are those things that you might be willing to deliver in a development agreement that would come back?
We can certainly consider it, and we'll work with staff on the phasing.
Councilmember Harris.
I'd like to commend you for all of the work you've done on this. You've come back with several, every time you've come before us, we've asked for fairly significant changes, and you've been delivering them, and we appreciate that. I especially appreciate the park deliverables. I agree with the mayor on the timing, and one of the things I would like to see on the apartments and commercial is air conditioning being recycled, the water from the air conditioning condensate be recycled on site, because that takes care of a tremendous amount of summer watering, if that's possible. Then the other question I have, and it's just a question, I think I may know the answer to it, but one building of the apartments is affordable and one building is market rate. I kind of don't like those being separate buildings. So explain to me why we couldn't do like half and half.
So actually, it is half and half.
I mean, half in each building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I see, yeah.
integrated.
So it really is integrated in terms of, let me get to the program picture here. It is two different, whoa, there we go. Oh, darn. There we go. So it is all integrated. When you go and look at this site, you won't be able to tell at all which one is affordable and which one is market rate.
Well, visually, you won't be able to tell.
No, you won't.
But it's kind of like saying, well, okay, our less wealthy people go over here, and those who can afford more go over here. And I'm just saying, is there some reason that it couldn't be half of each building is affordable?
So there's a mix of there is a mix. You can see within the affordable site, there is a mix. There's a certain percentage of the units will be affordable to folks at 60% of median family income, and then a smaller percentage of the units are affordable to folks at 50% of median family income within the affordable. And the way that they do those affordable is that you'll have people at all different income ranges within there, as long as you're meeting a certain average below. But really, you won't be able to tell when looking at the buildings. It just comes to a management structure. So the folks that are managing the two different complexes, they have to go through different, they have to do the income qualifications and things like that. So it's just overall, half the units will be market rate and half of them will be affordable.
Yeah, but that doesn't quite answer my question.
Yeah, so I guess the answer would be no. It's difficult to get them separated into one building just because of how the project works.
Abby, are the product types the same? Are they going to be?
They are.
Okay.
Yeah, they are.
It is. You will not be
what
able
it
to
just
tell.
looks like to me is that the lower income people all go to one building. The higher income people, 60% and up, go to the other building. And that will be apparent at some point within the community about who lives where.
Mayor, council, I'm Joel Pollack, Streamline Managing Partner. I'm the developer. Let me answer your question.
Thank you.
Part of the reason why you can't mix it is due to the financing structure of a affordable community and the compliance that we have to adhere to. As far as the product type goes, they're exactly the same. You couldn't tell the difference between a market rate or my market rate if I develop market rate and the affordable. And all my communities are exactly the same way throughout the state of Texas.
So there's different, I think the answer to my question is there are different financing structures for each of those buildings.
That's correct.
And that's why you can't split it out 50% affordable in each building.
It becomes, at that point, it doesn't become, it's not financeable. I could not make the deal work.
Okay. That I understand. It's a matter of the financing structure for those two buildings.
That's what it gets down to.
And the affordable housing will not be in the TERS or PID.
It won't collect property taxes,
Right,
therefore
won't
it
collect
won't be
property
in the.
taxes, so,
But
but
we
the
are-
other one will.
The other one will pay property taxes.
Okay.
So the market rate will pay property taxes, the affordable won't, but we're paying that $3 million pilot
Yeah.
payment up front, plus taxes at year 15 through 30 to make that up.
Thanks, I think that
And we've
explained
worked-
it better.
We've worked with staff on the numbers, and I think we've been able to craft a number that's been presented to you that works for not only myself as the developer, but also for the city.
Yeah. I was just wondering what the logic is between the two buildings, so I think you explained that to us, so thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Mayor Pro Tem Heiser.
I just have a comment. When we talked about doing a housing study, one of the data points that we discussed was the vacancy rates in the apartment complexes in the city for affordable were the lowest of any apartment complexes in the city. So there's the highest demand for affordable housing in our city. And in order to continue trying to provide more affordable housing and lower the cost of living here in our city, we have to diversify the price points of the housing options that exist for our residents. And this, I look at a project like this, and while there's still some things to negotiate, it checks a major box for us from an infrastructure standpoint with this road, and so it helps with congestion issues that we have on the east side of 35, and it also helps provide more affordability for us. And I think that's a precedent that we need to set with how we engage with future development, is try to figure out how not only can we hold developers accountable to create affordable housing options, but how can we as a city work to create affordability at scale? And this is a step in that direction.
Well stated.
All right, Councilmember Rizo.
Good points. When you thinking about workforce housing, when we see new schools opening, we see a lot of the jobs that are first-tier jobs or people are just entry-level jobs. They're looking for places they can afford. Gas is still really high, so it's hard for people to drive into the city. So I understand that part of it. I also understand the part that Councilor Tobias was talking about is these retail centers. I mean, you hit on a really good point, Michael, and you talked about these small spaces for retail, which is usually, mom and pop shops, right? Small business. And that's something we do. I keep thinking about La Ola Pop Shop, and they couldn't find anything in this area. They wanted to stay near downtown Kyle and couldn't because there was nothing around there, so they ended up moving to the Plum Creek area. And I keep thinking about what a great amenity we missed out keeping them here in this area. And they're still great in our city, but, when we start thinking about promoting mom and pop shops, I mean, we need to have those spaces. So you definitely brought up a really good point, got me thinking about it. But I just want to make sure I have all the safeguards needed to make sure we get it. And that's where I definitely will be looking at staff to make sure we get those safeguards if we move forward on a project like this. We're not approving right now. We're just talking, saying, let's get to work, right? It's kind of what we're doing tonight, right?
Yes, sir. So we wanted to bring this back to you. The deal is different from in a number of material ways from the one that we brought you in October. So we wanted to get some council feedback on where we are with the deal terms. And if the council likes what we've brought to you with some of the changes that have been discussed tonight, then we'll go back and we'll work with Joel and his team and work on a variety of different documents to bring back for consideration. It will be a number of things that will need to come forward, including a development agreement, a PID, and lots of other agreements. So we'll work on all of those to bring you back a deal that works.
And lastly, there was a rendering here with the different apartments. There's this one right here in the middle. It's the single-family character where all the houses, right there, that middle one is just too close to each other. I keep thinking about the maintenance, that being a nightmare, for working on the side of those two houses. I just don't like anything that close. I mean, honestly, that's a deal breaker for me if we've got things that people can work on, trying to make sure we have adequate space to be able to work on between those buildings.
Well, from a design standpoint, we'll take that into consideration. And Abby does a great job at being able to cite housing the way it needs to be, and we will pay close attention to that.
I appreciate it.
As we
Thank you.
further develop this. And I just want to make one further comment that the mayor made, and I think Councilman Rizo and Zuniga, about the retail. The retail will come. I'm not disagreeing with you. The average retail space in a suburban location is about 1,500 square feet. So you have to take that into consideration. When you put 20,000 square feet on the ground, that means you need 12 to 15 tenants to fill up 20,000 square feet. That's not to say that we won't get larger tenants, but I think the inertia and the activity that Abby's laid out with regards to the retail and with regards to the development itself, that will create itself. The other thing I want to make a point. Since the last meeting we had here, and there was an article that came out, we've had a lot of calls from national retailers. I have an NDA signed with one retailer that's very interested on the east side. They've been looking on the east side. I can't tell you who it is today, but if there's a deal to be made there, I will make a deal. So it will happen, but it's going to take some time. So all of this that's happening, and to your point, there's a lot of housing to the south of us that will feed into this development, and we're excited about it. But to try to put down 40,000 square feet or 35,000 square feet at one time in retail without having tenants there, it's not financeable. I couldn't even get a bank loan to be able to do that.
Okay. We could give you maybe 10 examples in the city of Kyle where they're putting that much retail down at one time with tenants. So your point is well taken, and I'm glad to know that you've got interest. I think that it is a good site for interest. All we can do from our standpoint is negotiate a development agreement that puts safeguards, as what Councilman Rizo said, in place so that we can have assurances that if it's a little harder for you than what you want, that you can't sell out and turn it and just say, well, we're going to leave that undeveloped and we're just going to build all the housing first, and then maybe we'll sell that off to someone who might want to speculate 10 or 15 years from now. We want to make sure that what we understand we're getting is, if you say 1,500 square feet per tenant in retail, that's 64 tenants. That sounds about like the amount of tenants that would come into a regional hub in this particular space at this particular intersection over time. So we just want to make sure that our agreement shows that you are committed to that, especially since you say the retail interest is coming. It's on the smaller side of retail as far as agreements that we've bound developers to over the last several years. So I'm not sure that argument works, but still, the point remains, will you commit to the 96,000 square feet of retail to be delivered as a condition upon the phasing, and not to consider the 3 acres as that is being conveyed to the city as part of your requirement for the 96,000. So it's 96,000 that you are on the hook for from the beginning, 20,000 up front for phase 1, and then each additional phase would require an additional amount of square footage so that it's evenly spaced out. So each phase you get, each apartment complex you put up, you also have to put up a piece of that retail and bring in those small businesses.
Okay, so can I respond to that? So the 96,000 that has been contemplated included the 3-acre civic hub that we are going to convey to the city. So there isn't enough area in this piece here to put 96 additional 1,000 square feet over and above the civic hub.
It would require you to increase the amount of retail that you're offering in the overall site by 20,000 square feet or whatever it is that you say the civic, 24,000 square feet of additional, which would take away a small percentage of the residential that you're having to pursue, so that we can get the mass of retail that we think is appropriate, even though we're not going to require you to build it all on day one.
We'll have to study it. I mean, the economics, to be honest with you, Mayor, just on the surface, that's a difficult ask.
But that's because you're not a retail developer.
No, but I'm a developer. I've developed all over the place, and I've done some retail in the past. And this is not to get into any kind of, argument here. It's me saying to you, it's something that we'll have to study, but once we start taking away from some of the other pieces, especially on the home side, there's home builders that want to come in here. We've done the heavy lifting with the city, and we hope to get to the finish line with you. Once you start eroding that, then the economics start to get away from us. So I just want to just make that point.
Well, I'll just have to second what the mayor said. I think it's, we are looking at the 24 of the Civic, which that would be what we have. So if you could compensate with that part of the retail, that'd be a very strong showing, because you're already getting the daycare, and that's 10,000 square feet, so.
That's a placeholder. We've
Yeah.
talked to daycares. There's some daycares in Kyle that wants to come over to the east side because there's a need there because of all the rooftops. We'll study it. We'll take a look at it. But again, just trying to find the area to put another, you're asking for another 20,000 square feet. And is it total 96,000 square feet?
Yes, so it's right there. There's 65,000 of commercial, and that does include, there's 2 acres of commercial on the other side there of Go4, so it includes that as well.
Yeah, so, we'll study it and take a look at it as we work with Brian and staff. We'll come to some, reasonable agreement with you.
Well, we have had conversations in several of the projects in the past where we've required 100% of the retail up front. And we do that intentionally. We know the developers do not like that because it encumbers and binds their project together, the retail and the residential. But it does provide us the assurances we want, because the thing we're after is the road and the retail. The thing you're after is the apartments. So we have to negotiate to get what we want if you're going to get what you want. And I do think that the folks who live out here absolutely want to see a decent amount of retail come, and I think that you will find that you will get the tenants, especially when that road gets built with all haste, which is what our intention is. But I want to be clear for myself that if there is not going to be a commitment on the retail to deliver it concurrently with the phasing of the project, that I'm not going to be able to support it, because then it is just a residential development that pretends to have a retail component. That's just been my experience over all the years. Any time that we have negotiated to put retail in one spot and the residential in the other, but have not tied the retail to the residential, we have gotten all the residential and none of the retail. So that's to what Councilmember Rizo was saying at the beginning, some of that scar tissue that we have. And I'm not saying that we have to make it overbearing on you, but do I think that this site can handle over a phasing period, 20,000 now, 20,000 in your next phase, which is several years away, 20,000 in your next phase, which is several years after that? Yes, I absolutely do. And I think the market would support that.
I don't disagree with you on that. What I'm disagreeing is the amount of square footage that you want to compel me to, which is going to be difficult because I'm taking away from other components of this development. That's revenue generating.
I think all that council is asking is that you guys go and
We'll
make a
put our
concerted
pencil
effort to
paper
try to
and we'll
figure
come
it out.
back. And I think we've worked really well with staff and to get to this point. And we're excited about moving forward to get this done. This has been a long journey.
We are too.
And
I absolutely want to see this project move forward because I think the road delivers meaningful, but we can't make a decision on it because we want the road that causes us to sacrifice and give up something that we know we shouldn't have given up from the beginning. That's just where we're at. That's where I'm at least.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is lengthy consent agenda items number 8 through 22. Does anyone have any items that they wish to remove off the consent? Councilor Tobias.
Okay, these are just for comment, 11, 12, and 19.
Okay. Any other items? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to, you want some?
Yeah, I was thinking, what did you pull, Michael?
I pulled 11,
19.
12, and 19. Comment on 11, 12, and comment with additions on 19.
Okay, I want to do regulations, 18. Yeah, he's already pulled it.
All right, anyone else?
There was one, I can read through it real quick. The 20.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 21, and 22.
Second.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Heiser, second by Councilmember Rizo, that we approve agenda items 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 21, and 22. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 11, consider approval of a resolution authorizing the council visioning workshop scheduled for March 14th through 16th. Councilmember Tobias.
Okay. I know I voted yes on this last time, which is my vote, but I would hopefully, that council in the next year or so, to really consider having our first vision workshop here in Kyle. And the reasoning on that is that we are promoting the city like crazy. We constantly talk about how much we love this city, how much we love the businesses, and we do that. It just shows fitting that we have our workshop 1 year in our home turf. It also cuts down a lot on the travel time. It also cuts down a lot on the meeting space. This will be my 5th one. And I know that sometimes there's logistic issues that happen, and we're either waiting for somebody to arrive or we're kind of running behind. I think it's something that we should really consider. And also, we would be also, when it comes to any kind of meals or any kind of other things we have, maybe a tour of the city or having other people from city staff involved, we can keep it at home court. But I did say yes to San Antonio because even though I said, hey, whatever you guys want, it's y'all's choice. But I just hope that in my next couple of years here, that we really consider having the council workshop here in our great city of Kyle, just to consider it moving forward on that end.
Does anybody have any comments on that? Councilmember McKinney.
Yeah, I actually could not possibly agree more. The more I've looked at the cost on this, I have a hard time justifying a lot of it. And I think hosting it a little closer to home, at home, would be a huge benefit to our residents and our taxpayers. I, for one, have directed staff to not book me a room. I'll be driving back and forth. I can't justify the expense.
All right, any further discussion? Councilmember Zuniga.
I did make the vote to stay here in Kyle. I think that we have a lot we could learn here and we can look at to try to find those ways and solve some problems that we have in our city. So I would like to have a discussion and ask our council, like, why do we need to travel to another location to learn about that city when we could stay here? I know that last year we did discuss it a bit, and we said, why don't we have a visioning workshop here in Kyle? And I really thought that's what was going to happen when we came up with the vision workshop for this year. So, I'd like to hear why Kyle is not the place to have the workshop from our, I guess, council members. I would like to request that if you want to say anything. Like, would y'all like to keep it here?
Please be more specific as to where here is.
The visioning workshop here in Kyle?
No, I don't.
Could you explain why?
Sure. Yeah. Look, I've done 2 visioning workshops, and everything that has been told to me about what the spirit of those workshops is for us to talk to each other in an legally approved setting about our visions for the city or for this city. And I have, in my 2 years, I have seen nearly every person on this dais say one thing in a visioning workshop, in executive session, privately, and then literally the moment the lights are on and there's people watching, they backtrack from the thing they said they thought to begin with. And so I would say, if we're not going to do it, either we all step up and commit to the things that we say out loud to each other in this setting, or we don't do it at all, because otherwise it's a colossal waste of time. I could give very specific examples, but I don't think that behooves anybody.
Councilmember Rizzo.
No, you had a hand up.
Councilmember McKinney. Well, he already spoke, so if you want to say something, you'd be next up. All right, Councilmember McKinney.
Obviously, I haven't attended any of these before, so I don't know exactly what all they entail. So my experience being limited, I look at the dollars and it's gut wrenching.
All right, Councilmember Rizzo.
Yeah, I understand. It's definitely an expense. When you look at the biggest expense, I think is the person that comes out and facilitator is a big one. If we were to do it here, we'd have a facilitator as well. That's something that I think is very beneficial for us, having a facilitator. But really, it's about learning about other cities and what they're doing. I've been to quite a few visioning workshops now. The work that we put into it's really important. We're looking at what the vision for Kyle is, and we're all representatives of the city. I mean, we've all been elected to be here for the residents who elected us and to make these decisions. Look, I don't care if it's in Kyle or it's anywhere else. It's the learning aspects that we get. I mean, in all the visiting workshops we've been, I've brought back useful information from the cities, the other mayors that we've talked to, other representatives from the cities that we visit is important. I mean, we're not going to make informed decisions if we're not informed, and that's important. I mean, making sure we get all the information that we can from other elected as well, people with time and experience. I mean, I think about all the different workshops we've been to, all the different areas we've visited when it comes to trying to enhance our parks, when we're trying to enhance our roadways and our public safety. And that's something we didn't have in place here, but we picked up that knowledge and brought it back, and it's really, really crucial. When you don't educate yourself and you're trying to make these $1 million decisions on infrastructure, on parks and everything else, then you're going to come out short. And we're going to have issues. I think back to the public safety center. If I wouldn't have gone and visited a bunch of public safety centers pre-hand, we would have had the same mistakes at those other public safety centers. It's something as simple as putting an awning behind the big door of the public safety center to make sure that we don't cook those officers inside that back room. Something I learned while I was there. There's a lot of useful information we get when we go out. And look, honestly, do I like to travel? No, because it takes time for my family. Last year, I didn't take one vacation day with my family. I just took weekends because I used all my vacation days with the city. And when I see other people on vacation, that does hurt, you know what I mean? Because I'm giving, but I know what I signed up for. I know what I got elected for was to do the work and to make sure that I bring back useful information. So, when I hear people saying, well, why do you travel? To educate myself. And do I want to travel? Not really, because it takes time for my family, it takes time for my real job. I have to take days off. I don't get compensated for that either. So it's tough when people sit here and try to knock us down or belittle us for trying to do what's right. It's kind of hurtful. I just want to say that.
Yeah.
Councilmember Harris.
I agree with what Councilmember Rizzo said. And one of the other things that really is very, very helpful is that and I've seen this in multiple organizations, when your visiting workshops are where you live, you do not have the same focus. When we are together, we are obligated to that time period. We are not traveling back and forth. We get more hours of work in, we have more focus, and we get more accomplished.
Yeah, I'll just say that my hope for San Antonio, the reason I advocated for San Antonio over Fort Worth is because I thought that might be amenable, being closer to home to some of council. But if it's going to be the result that several of you, for whatever reason, don't actually want to stay and participate in the full function, then it's worse than Fort Worth for me. So the program is designed for it to be a very intensive 24/7, all-inclusive work session where we are engaged with each other and engaged with the city that we're in to try to learn what each other feels, how they feel, and what projects matter to us. So we're kind of at it was always controversial. The first time we did it, it was controversial. The second time we did it, it was controversial. And every time since then, there have been desires to have it locally, which, again, locally is really just a work session. It's just a workshop. It's not a visioning workshop where we're getting away for multiple days trying to plan out the work of the city. It's just different. You have folks come, and then you can broadcast it. You can do all kinds of stuff like that. But there's one version, and then there's another version. So for me, I've always been in favor of getting away for a few days. I've seen the return on investment be immense. I've not enjoyed the cost associated with the facilitator, nor have I enjoyed the facilitator aspect of it. I've thought that we got a better ROI outside of the facilitator. So that's an expense I've tried to cut many times, but without a facilitator, then it's kind of on us to have the discussion. And it puts a lot of the pressure on me. It puts pressure on the city manager to run it. And so that doesn't necessarily work as well either. And so I've always felt there was going to be a time when, for a variety of reasons, council members started putting pressure on the remainder of the body to kill the visioning workshop. I think we do that at our own peril. But that's the direction that we'll go if we want to go that way. And it, again, we don't speak to each other very often. You know, we don't get a chance as a group to sit down for extended periods of time and work through issues. The visioning workshop was designed to create that environment and that space for us to be able to have those conversations, and not just during because there's dinner plans, then there's oftentimes after dinner, there's things that we do, and then you're starting back the very next morning, bright and early, and then there's breakfast before that. It's important to be, in my opinion, at every single second of those meetings, because that's and those events, and because that's where you build a camaraderie, and that's where you get to know each other just a little bit. Councilmember Tobias will remember that in his first meeting, his first visioning workshop is his first day on the job. We came together for, 48 hours or so, 72 hours, got to know each other, and then immediately after there was a pandemic, we didn't see each other again. And I will look back and will point to that first visioning workshop in Fredericksburg as probably being the most pivotal 2 days in all the days that I've spent on the dais working with my colleagues. And that was in 2020. So I'll defend it. I do think that it has to be a way. I think that we can have workshops, town halls of a variety, which we do. But one time a year for a couple days to have concentrated period out of town is also very important. But yes, it costs money. And by the way, have you figured out yet that everything is very expensive here? There's all kinds of stuff that I look at and think, how could that possibly cost so much money? So I agree with you in spirit, but I have to make a decision. Do I want to do this or do I not want to do this? Do I want to participate or not participate? And there are consequences either way. You'll be criticized if you participate by some, but if you don't participate, you're going to miss out on opportunity. And I think that the return on investment for the visioning workshop is worth it in the end. But it is only worth it if the council is committed to it and the council buys in and puts forward the time and effort. So if y'all want to try to have one in the city of Kyle, then I'll do it, because I'm here and I'm bought in. I'm going to be with you guys until I'm gone. I just think that it won't be the same. It'll be different if we have it here. I know that. I know that it will be a different conversation that we will have, because we'll have residents here. It'll be recorded, and it's just different. So we can have that. I thought what you're saying is you said yes to this. We're going to move on from it now. We've already committed to San Antonio and given that direction, but we're going to have an opportunity next year. Council can have that discussion at the beginning. We've had it, like you say, every year. It's just the majority don't want to do that for the reasons I think that we've stated. But we can have that conversation again next year, or if you want to cancel the visioning plans that we've made and start over and say we're going to do it here, that's fine with me too. I do care, but I'm amenable to whatever y'all want to do. Just hope that it's not politics that's driving it, and rather you truly believe you're going to get more out of it by having it here locally.
I've already committed, Mayor, to San Antonio, and I held my vote to that. I'm not changing. But the point I'm trying to make is, let's be conscious and consider our city for once. Okay?
But what you're implying is that by us going to visioning workshop, that we're being disrespectful and moving away and getting out of town.
I'm just saying,
and you know that's not true.
I'm just saying that,
that's not right.
well, I understand. Here's the deal. I understand that the focus is the main deal of staying focused on that end. And I think a lot of us, this will be my 5th year going on board here, that we know where we are as far as the vision goes. But as far as taking advantage of the amenities that we have here, is what I'm saying. The restaurants, the meeting space, and so forth, that hopefully we'll have one of those in the by next year, that we would consider to have a visioning or just some kind of workshop, other workshop maybe. But I've made my vote, and I recommended San Antonio. And I know, yes, it gets political. It's been like that from the Snowvid to Galveston to Fredericksburg to Frisco. But we learned a lot when we went to Frisco. And I saw so much different things there that I learned a lot and so forth. I'm just trying to be a little bit more diverse in that sense, to where maybe one day we can finally choose our hometown on that end, moving forward. So with that, Mayor, to end this discussion, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve agenda item number 11.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Harris. I'm so sorry.
Dr. Harris.
Councilmember Harris, that we approve agenda item number 11. Is there discussion on that motion? Councilmember Zuniga.
Yeah, I also, I made a vote to stay here, and, I'm gonna honor that vote, but I'm also gonna support the team to make sure that the vision workshop happens, because there is a lot of value, there's a lot of things to learn out of it, so. And I know, Mark, you said that you're gonna not share, you're not gonna stay, you're gonna drive back and forth. I think that, if it really is a costing, I'm willing to split rooms, it's because I think you'll miss out a lot on commuting at the workshop.
I am not offering to share a room with any of them.
I know, but if, anything that I can do to reduce the cost on any council member, since it's a local drivable event.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 6-1. All right, next up is agenda item number 12. Consider approval of a resolutions selecting Councilmember Robert Rizo and Hays County Commissioner Precinct 2, Dr. Michelle Cohen, as moderators for the 2025 Dialogue for Peace and Progress, celebrating Black History Month. Councilmember Tobias.
Okay, real quick here. So this is a very important month for our Black community. And I understand that there's a lot history behind our peace and progress on that end. And I've had my conversations with Councilman Rizo and his eagerness to want to be the moderator for him to give back to the community in sense, and also the education part of it. I also had a very long discussion with some residents on Sunday, almost 3 hours, referencing this. So I understand where the feelings could come into play, especially for Ms. Westbrook, who's been very helpful through the years on this. And so the only comment that I have on this, and I'm going to address Councilman Rizo and also Dr. Michelle Cohen, is that I know your hearts are there for the right reasons. Again, it's moderating. It's pretty much, I've been to several of these before. It's to ask questions referencing the history behind the culture and the history behind what these events are about. So I have faith that you will treat this with respect, that it's not a platform, but more of an opportunity from both of you. And if you are selected as the moderators, to treat it with respect, to understand the Black community and their feeling about this, of the moderators that are being selected on this. And we take that into consideration because it is very, very important for our community to understand that. So moving forward, when it comes to these things, it's very important and it's very informative for everybody. I'm all about the education and but I'm also for the opportunity. So again, for both of you, I hope you treat this with grace and understand that there may be some people that may feel uneasy about the selection for the Black History Month, for the moderators. But your intentions to me the other day when you spoke to me was you wanted to be able to do this for the sake of the education part of it, and also giving back to the community by speaking and so forth. So with that, want to go ahead and make the motion to go ahead and approve agenda item number 12.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Harris, that we approve agenda item 12. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Rizo.
Councilor Tobias, thank you. You're right, it's very important on the education piece and doing it for the right reasons. And I can promise you, it's not a platform I'm looking for, and I appreciate you having that conversation with me because you understood I wasn't looking for that. My whole goal of this was to be able to be a decent moderator and bring forward and educate people and show the importance of how we as minorities move forward and we make our communities better, and the importance that we hold in our communities, all the contributions we've done. And that's my number one goal, is education, and to find a way for us to learn about each other and know our diversities, and above all, learn to love each other. And that's really, really important to me. So thank you for those words, and thank you for reminding me how important it is. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
All right, any further discussion? Well, since it's brought up, I will say that, I thought that when the dialogues when it first came about during the pandemic in 2020, it was a collaboration between the community and Councilor Ellison, who was a part of it at that time. And I think what made it so successful was that it was community driven. And then over time, what has happened is that some of the council members had issues with somebody on a panel or somebody who was moderating. And as a result, we started giving pushback on staff. Oh, why are you picking this person? Why are you picking that person? So staff put it back to us and said, y'all decide. And now it's dialed up to 11. We got elected officials everywhere participating in this thing. And I feel the community is backing away because we're stepping forward, trying to make it less political, but it's not getting less political. So that's what I hear when I hear Dr. Westbrook talking about where's this thing going. It's just that we chastised them at one point because there was an elected official who was running for an office who happened to participate as a panelist. Now we're kind of in this boat where it's just all elected officials. So I would have a problem with it if I was one. I would like to participate as a panelist. I've been doing a lot of historical research lately. I have some questions and some discussions that I want to have, but I can't participate. I can't add me to the panel as well. And it's not about me, but I feel like we should reconsider the ordinance. This is my point, is that we should reconsider the ordinance to remove ourselves yet again, to go back to the original, which has happened before we do this. We go all the way back to square one to try to get at what made it great in the beginning, which is to allow the community to drive this and just not care so much about whether or not someone got platformed or wasn't platformed, and just it's not make it our thing. And I'm not saying that you weren't. I'm not saying that. Because we created the ordinance that required the situation where it's like, well, all right, look to your left, look to your right. I don't see anyone that quite fits the mold.
Yeah.
All right. So I get it. It's not exactly simple. But by the way, there are plenty of folks in the community who do fit the mold, who would love to participate in that way. But we've cut them out because we've made it even more political.
I totally agree with you. I definitely did. Look, when I stepped up for this, I just, honestly, I'm going to be honest about this. I had never thought about doing a piece in progress. I didn't think it was in my caveat to do one. And Councilmember Parsley talked me into the last one for Hispanic History Month, and I actually learned a lot from that, being a moderator and learning from the panelists we had. But one of the things I've learned as well is making sure we have a diverse panel. It's a learning lesson for me. Everything that I do is always a learning lesson. I didn't have a diverse panel when we did that last one, and that's something we need to have input from everybody in the community. If we're definitely pushing community, we need to make sure we have that diversity. But no, I agree with you. I definitely believe that we should allow Rachel and her team to reach out and find moderators. I think elected officials doing this, it's kind of tough on us.
It's not too late.
Yeah.
Should we bring that as an agenda item?
After this one, let's do it. I'm good with it.
Motion's on the floor.
All right, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed. All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 18, motion carries 6-1. Next up is agenda item 18, first reading, consider approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 50 of the city's Code of Ordinances to add Article 11, fats, oils, and grease regulations. Councilman Rizo.
Yeah, Mike, I'm not picking on you. I'm telling you right now, it's not about you.
Okay.
What my worry is that, what are we doing with this ordinance? Are we making people clean out their grease traps quicker? What are we doing? Because if we're doing that, then I'm thinking about the small business. Are we putting an extra burden on them? What are we doing?
So the FOG program is to eliminate fats, oils, and greases from getting into our wastewater system, and we're required by law to do this. And one of the things that we're doing as in water utilities is we're updating our policies and ordinances. Right now, we're the only city in the San Antonio-Austin 35 corridor that doesn't do this. So we're trying to. This is one of those things that we need to put in place, but it's not it is not meant to be a burden on basically our restaurants. This is to. They should be doing it anyhow, but as far as our policy, we haven't been inspecting it. So. Devin is our wastewater treatment coordinator, and he's heading up the FOG program. And he was one of the jobs he was specifically hired to do as part of our new organizational structure was to follow up on the fats, oils, and greases from getting into our system, because they create a number of problems to the utility, including odors, blockages, overflows, and things like that. And also, as part of our MS4 permit to maintain that, we have to implement this program.
Okay, and I understand that we need to implement this. I'm just thinking about how does that carry over into our grease traps, things like that. Does that have anything correlation with the grease traps or not?
It does, 100%. Grease traps in our restaurants is one of the main things that we're making sure that they have in place, and we're making sure that they clean it out on a regular basis. I think the minimum number of days you have to have before you clean out your grease trap is 90 days.
Okay.
And so the whole program is structured about that maintenance.
And I know some businesses are different, though. That's what I'm looking at. Some businesses are going to generate more grease than others. Are we continue making them come bring a truck that's going to cost them a lot of money to empty out a grease trap that's only a quarter or halfway full?
Yeah.
I mean, are we doing something like that? And the reason I'm asking these things is because I've got to be conscious of our small business. Because anytime we have a small business, we put an extra burden on them. We're probably going to they're closer to closing their doors, honestly, and that's how I was looking at it. Or from hiring another employee. I just want to make sure that we're not doing something that outside our purview that is putting a burden on a small business, and not, instead of lifting them up, we're putting them down.
Yeah, no, so small businesses are required to put in grease traps. They're required to maintain them. We're required to inspect them to make sure that they're doing all of those things. And then if they're not, then that will put a burden on them, because we're going to make them follow the rules that we've got, have in place.
Well, like I'm saying, it's not just that burden. It's, say, we're now telling them 90 days, and the grease trap's only halfway full, but yet they have to have a truck there 90 days, and they're having to pay for that truck to come and empty that out.
Yeah.
So is that what we're doing, or what are we looking at? Are we looking at 90 days and just being firm? Or are we looking at
It's
how
90-day
far?
firm. It's a 90-day firm.
And, the
law requires that you fully evacuate your grease trap at least every 90 days. And I would, you know, if it's a restaurant that has a grease trap, I doubt that they're even waiting that long, to be honest with you.
Okay, I'm just wondering, I know that when I'm thinking about small businesses, I'm gonna definitely go to bat for them and make sure that we're not doing anything as a city to deter them from growing or from hampering them anyway, because I've seen it. I mean, I work to a city north of us, and you know, I'm in the the commercial area and side of it, and I've seen what cities can do to burden small businesses. I mean, I've seen cities come back with an ordinance, oh, you need another recycle bin. Oh, you need a compost bin. They don't realize the cost on a small business, and that keeps them from hiring another employee. Or even, you know, as rents go up, electric bills go up, you know, what are we doing to keeping these, I guess my concern is that as a city, what are we doing to help our small businesses? And if we're doing nothing, let's not do anything to knock them down. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Okay.
And so I just want to make sure that we're being very cognizant of that when we're putting ordinances together. I want to make sure that we're not building an ordinance that's going to put an added cost to them, is what I'm hoping for. Right. And like I said, Mike, nothing against you. I know you guys are trying to do the right thing. I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rizo, just to piggyback on that, one of the things that we will be bringing forward are some grant opportunities for small businesses to help them comply with some of these ordinances. I think we're looking to do that in the next meeting or two. Those will be coming back, but this is to get our ordinance in compliance with state law. That's what the intent is.
Brian, that's good to hear. I appreciate that. Thank you, and Mike, thanks. Thank y'all for looking after our water. I know the blockages. I deal with them in our buildings and stuff like that, so I know what it's like when we have our grease traps and everything else. Sometimes I'm around some of the small businesses. Some of them have more business than others, are bigger than the others, and their grease traps fit out faster than the others. So I was just making sure we're doing something that was going to really hurt a small business. So I appreciate it. And Brian, thank you for the information. That's helpful. Motion to approve agenda item 18.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Harris that we approve agenda item 18. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, next up is agenda item number 19. Consider approval of contract extension with Akin, Gump, Strauss, Hauer, and Feld, LLP for federal lobbying services through December 31st, 2025 in the amount of $172,000. Councilor Tobias.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I just brought this back is because I had some comments, and I know that they work in different areas. Some of them also are in DC. I know with my work schedule that it's very hard for me to even travel anywhere sometimes because of my work. So I know I haven't really worked with Akin and Gump and Strauss. I've met you only one time out of my 5 years in here. So what I would like to see is if this goes through, it gets approved, is that if we could get some more feedback from your group versus the yearly events that I see you at, or we can schedule our own. I've only met you for 1 hour, the whole entire year. If there's a way to where we can get you to come and give us a quarterly report moving forward of everything that you are doing for our city, from who you're talking to, which projects you're working on, just to give council, all of us, including the residents, a feedback of everything that you've done. Like I said, I know you have offices in Austin, and I know we've met before, but for me, I've just been in the dark the whole time. But there was a success story through this past year with the implementation of the funding that you got for the water on that end. So I'm just asking going forward if we can make sure that if this gets approved, that we get something back from them to show what they're actually doing all year long.
Councilmember Tobias, I totally understand where you're coming from. I do want to be fair to Akin Gump that we have, staff has biweekly meetings with them. We're constantly engaged with them. They have been very good partners this last year as it relates to our legislative program in helping build the relationships with our representatives in Washington, also bringing those representatives here to Kyle and building those relationships. But to your point, all of that happens internally and with staff, and I certainly think that Jose and his team would be amenable to maybe quarterly coming and giving updates to council so that everyone, like you said, citizens and council can hear exactly what's going on with everything that's happening with our legislative program.
Yes, that would really help for me on that end going forward. I could get the emails, I could get the spreadsheets, but what the hell what the heck am I looking at? How am I supposed to dissect what funding's coming from where, who you're talking to, who's the other person speaking with, and what meetings you're having, and it would really help me out on that end if I could be able to have that. And that's pretty much what the.
Mayor.
Councilmember
No, I
Rizo.
think that's a great idea, Councilmember Tobias. I think that's actually good. I mean, for people to know what the value that we're getting or we're paying for, I think that's a great idea. I definitely would support something like that. So, yeah, if Vacant Gump would be amenable to that, Jesse, that would be great for the residents, for everybody involved, because it's not just the staff that could meet with them. They're getting an update from the people that are actually working for us. So it'd be great for the residents as well.
Certainly.
Sounds good. Good job.
Councilmember
Yeah.
Zuniga.
So I know that there was some results last year, some awarded grants, and we've been getting close to some of the larger ones on the railroad and 35 overpass. What will we be doing differently this year to get closer to getting one of those grants funded? I mean, what are we going to do better?
Well, I think that speaks to part of our legislative program, Councilmember Zuniga, that we're working with Akin Gump. If we're staying on the topic of our federal lobbyists, we're working with Akin Gump to put together a matrix. I'm excited to show you guys part of the OpenGov, open data and transparency page that we're building, but part of that will be a legislative portion where we have all of our projects, not just the big ticket grants, but also even the smaller grants that are maybe a little bit easier to go out and get, a little bit low-hanging fruit for grants, and putting those projects together in a trackable and transparent way. And then we've already started building a matrix with Akin Gump, putting those projects together and having them fit the grants that they know about and with certain agencies at the federal level with those projects that we're building throughout the city, not only current projects, but future projects as well. So in building that matrix and then having that open transparency page where everyone can learn about our legislative program, and then also when we go and visit these agencies at the state level and at the federal level, we'll have it online and transparent to pull these projects up, show them exactly what grants we're going out for, show them exactly what the projects are and why they're important to the city. I think building a strong legislative program, it takes time. It takes building relationship over years sometimes with some of these, especially at the federal level, with some of these agencies. And in this current year, to even have some real cost savings in projects that we picked up the phone and called some of these agencies and some of these intergovernmental partners that we would have never had the contacts for had we not had the relationship that we built through the legislative program and through Akin Gump. It's a very powerful thing. Sometimes it's not always about the big checks that come in. Those are certainly nice, but it's also the relationships with these agencies and with these intergovernmental partners and representatives that we know that we can reach out to in times that we need to leverage those partners. So I think it's just, I can't point to one specific thing that will be, the magic bullet, but continuing to try after those larger grants. A lot of them are yearly, so we continue to go after them and continue to build a case for why we need them, and then also building a structured program that allows us to go after some of the lower hanging fruit and easier grants to get, along with continuing to build those relationships. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yes, I mean, I noticed last year there was a trip, and so there was some activity, more activity than I had seen before in the past. Part of that was a lot of changes in our city, but now it seems like we hit the right buttons. We know what the target is, and, I see that they're working harder to get us some of that grant funding for this city, so.
This year in 2024, we put in just over $125 million in possible grants at the state and federal level, and that's a 700% increase compared to previous years before. So we're definitely going after more. That doesn't mean we always get it, but to continue to go after those ones that we think are strong projects, and then also build a transparent and open website so everyone can learn about what we're doing and what we're going after.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that dedication.
If I could just add off of that, that would really also help to tell us what we as a city is doing right and not doing right, or we can improve on to get those grants. And that's the information that, I would also like to be able to get in those reports, quarterly reports, to say, hey, we put in for a $10 million grant that your city is right at the edge, but we didn't get it. At least we can have some dialogue as far as the reason why we didn't qualify. And here's some down over here that we could qualify, but we're not pushing strong enough on. Because, I know that they're out there. It's just you got to hunt for them. But I just think sometimes I feel like I'm in the dark of like really what's going on behind the scenes. And we're saying, like you said, we put in for $20,000 in grants and million in grants, and we only got one, from the water. What happened to the rest? What are we as a city either not qualifying for? Are we not talking to the right people, or do we need to go a different avenue? I think with your company, that could help explain that to us, me, and then the residents. They know exactly that you're going to bat for us up there in Washington. So with that, Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to go ahead and approve agenda item number 19.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Rizo that we approve agenda item 19. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next up is agenda item number 20, first reading. Consider approval of an ordinance authorizing the city manager or designee to accept subdivision and public improvements and/or infrastructure that comply with the city code, and authorizing the city manager or designee to accept easements, right-of-way, parkland dedication, and other similar documents to transfer ownership or rights in property within the parameters of the city manager's signature authority as set out in the city's purchasing policy. Councilmember Zuniga.
Hi, Amy. Yeah, if you just quickly go through it or explain what this motion is.
Sure. Amy Alcorn, City Attorney for the record. So this ordinance would delegate some authority to the city manager that currently goes to City Council. The biggest one, from my perspective, is the approval of subdivisions and other public infrastructure when it's built by developers, gets inspected by our staff, and we determine whether or not it complies with all the requirements. We collect the bonds, and then we bring it back to City Council, and City Council basically, doesn't really have a lot of authority to change anything at that point. And so since we're already checking to make sure it complies with all of the requirements, I think from an efficiency perspective, it makes sense to allow the city manager or his staff to approve the subdivisions. The other items that are on this list are typically property rights. The most common thing you'll see are like easements or pieces of rights of way that we're getting for either donated to the city or that are very small, and currently we're putting them on the council agenda. We had one at the last meeting that was a dedicated right of way, and if we hadn't had to bring it to City Council, we could have gotten that resolved and filed between the meetings from December to January, but because it had to wait, it didn't get filed until January, which can sometimes be a problem, especially if they're trying to sell the property. So this lets us kind of speed up the process for things that are very small. Obviously, large items would still go to City Council.
Mm-hmm. So I can understand wanting to do things to be more efficient. Obviously, your case that you brought up, but what my only, I guess, worry there is on the transparency part, that we want to make sure that we know what our city manager is approving and getting in terms of right-of-ways and parkland dedication. So how do we get that to continue? Because, can we have that still brought up to council?
So for example, on purchases between the $15,000 and $50,000, we provide updates to City Council on what's been approved by the city manager. We could do something similar. We could talk about them. We could either send memos or we can talk about them in a meeting. I don't think it's going to be all that frequent, but it is an occasional issue.
I think the more frequent issue is the subdivision improvements. That I think is really the driving force behind this. Is you see a few on the agenda this evening, and as Amy mentioned, there's if they comply with all the requirements of the city, there's nothing that can be changed about that.
Yeah.
So those are just efficiency items. I don't think there's many easements or rights of way, but if the council is interested in having a report of those, we could certainly do that. I certainly have no objection of doing those. I think those are few and far between.
Yeah, I just think that to have a paper record of right-of-way, easements, dedication, those should be papered so that there's a trail for that.
Well, so Councilmember Zuniga, I think what staff is saying is that they're willing to provide reports, but to your point, I'm on your side on this. So to your point, the staff comes and goes, and so that it may be the policy of what currently happens, but
Right.
we roll off, they roll off, and things change, and we don't necessarily, what we have right now is assurance that we'll see them because it's in the city charter and in our policies. I'm happy with it the way that it is, in particular on the parkland dedication. We have meetings every 2 weeks, so it's not like there's necessarily, and as you say, they're relatively infrequent. So I'm happy to see them continue to stay, just so that we can have eyes on, and that it's already guaranteed from a max transparency standpoint to have that happen. But that's my opinion on it. I don't see any reason to necessarily to change the policy. We do have a variety of items that come before us that we're statutorily required to approve, and that doesn't mean that I want to stop seeing them. It just doesn't. So.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to get small or petty. I mean, like the uniform thing here, there was like, okay, we're giving authority to the city manager to approve uniforms, but there's still some things that probably council needs to see, because our role is just basically to look at, okay, should we approve that policy, not approve it? But the less that's coming through us, I mean, we just don't know. I mean, like our management and councils change everything.
That's
from
fine,
time to
council.
time.
Like Brian said, the driving factor here was to bring the subdivisions, because those are
Yeah.
really pretty specific requirements that they end up following. And then as I was working on the ordinance for the subdivisions, we had this issue come up with the piece of right-of-way that basically, if the property owner had been discussing potentially selling the property, and if they had sold the property between when we got it signed and when it got approved, we could have potentially had a problem, and that was kind of what drove the idea of bringing other things that way.
I would just say, like, there's always a story of the right-of-ways, so like the landowner may have something that they need to come and discuss to council, and then we would know about it ahead of time instead of being surprised by like what's going on. They could say, this easement was taken from me, or the city needs this, but now we see it because it's got to come through, before. So-
One of the options I provided, because I wasn't sure what council would want to do, was to approve the ordinance with changes. So if that's what you would like to do, perfectly happy to consider what it is that council might want to delegate authority on and what they might not, and then I can update the ordinance accordingly.
So I like everything except the ones with the final subdivision approvals. Can you just separate that?
You just want the subdivisions.
Those can just go through Leon and
Okay.
city manager. The rest I'd like to continue seeing, which is, it's very, you said very minimum amounts that we see.
That's okay with me if that's still of council.
So this motion is to approve this ordinance with the changes that the subdivision, is it the final?
Yeah, it's actually,
final
they're
inspection?
actually separate sections, and I can't remember because I don't have the ordinance in front of me, if it's section 2 that's the subdivision, section 3 that's the rest of it, but we could just remove whichever section is not subdivisions, and
Right.
that would solve that. So if you can just do a motion to amend to remove the section discussing easements and rights of way and parkland
Yeah.
designation. we can
So I'd
do
like to
that.
make a motion to remove the sections that apply to the acceptance of easements, the rights of way, the parkland dedication, and other similar documents to transfer ownership of rights and property within the parameters of the city manager's signature authority as set in the city's purchasing policy.
Is that good?
Yeah.
All right, motion by Councilmember Zuniga, seconded by Councilmember Heiser, that we approve agenda item 20 with the amendments as stated. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0, and I want to object to this being finally passed and have it brought back at the next meeting.
Okay, can you look at item 18, though, because that was also passed 7-0.
Is there any objection to item number 18 being finally passed? All right, so we will see it come back.
Yes, sir, I'll come back at the next meeting.
Thank you. All right, if there are no objections, we're going to take a 7-minute break. We'll reconvene at 9:20. Time is 9:26. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Next up is agenda item 23. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing a possession and use agreement with James Maddox et al. Related to the acquisition of permanent easement of 0.5257 acres in an amount not to exceed $192,514 for Marketplace Waterline Project. Ms. Schmeitz.
City Manager for the record. Tonight we have the Marketplace Waterline Maddox property possession and use agreement for you. A little bit of background on this project. We are seeking to acquire just over 23,000 square feet of a permanent water line easement in the property owned by James Maddox. As you'll recall, this is a capital improvement project to construct and place a new water line from the I-35 southbound frontage road to Marketplace Avenue in Burleson. This water line ties the system improvements existing along Marketplace to a line running along I-35, completing a loop or redundancy in our system. We have negotiated with the property owner on the terms of a PUA before you tonight. And then this agreement will help speed up the project by allowing the city to begin work on the infrastructure prior to the final property acquisition. So here's the project summary. This is what we need in green for the easement for the water line. The yellow is the proposed water line. This is the survey. It's 0.5357 acres. And so the option is to approve the resolution authorizing a possession and use agreement with James Maddox for the acquisition of the easement of 0.5357 acres in an amount not to exceed $192,514 for the Marketplace Waterline project. We recommend approval.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Schmeitz?
Yeah, quick question. That picture, so the purple is, what are we trying to get, the easement? The yellow line, is that what this one's about?
We're trying to get the green, the area in green.
The area in green. Okay.
Right.
So we have to cross over the highway or the street there to get to that green part. Is there a reason why it wasn't done on the other side? That was my question. Of that Marketplace Avenue. Would it have been, don't we already have a right-of-way easement because there's a sidewalk there on that side?
Well, we do have water right-of-way there. I assume that we would want to put this there because we're connecting with a water line that's going along further up Marketplace. Is that right, Leon?
See, I'm just trying to understand the easement. Like, if we already have an easement on the left side, why aren't we utilizing the same easement? If that's possible.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barber, City Engineer. This project is going to be the installation to connect from I-35 back to the, I'm going to call it the northwest direction. There's a line sitting underneath Marketplace, right at that place where we need to tie into it. That's why we picked that particular side. And then it's also going to go underneath Marketplace back to the that red line. We still need to go under that, so we'll need to do a bore into that. So if we do this project, we'll have to do the bore underneath Marketplace, connect to that yellow or green. That yellow that you see is probably the slope easement that we have there. Mm-hmm. But we need an additional area there for that water line. Mm-hmm. So that's why we're tying on that side, because the connection is on that I'm going to call it the southeast corner of that roundabout.
And this was to create redundancy or to create a new water line up there?
Both. It's a loop. We're wanting to loop the system.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but wasn't I guess there is an easement on the other side, right? That we could have used.
It would be right away, but we'd still have to cross to get to the other side.
Okay, all right. Well, that was my question.
Any further questions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 23.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Rizo, seconded by Councilmember Zuniga that we approve agenda item 23. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 24. Consider approval of a resolution of the City of Kyle, Texas, approving the form and authorizing the distribution of a preliminary limited offering memorandum for City of Kyle, Texas Special Assessment Revenue Bond Series 2025, Six Creeks Public Improvement District Improvement Area Number B, and Six Creeks Improvement District Area Number 5. This is Ms. Leiby. She's being filled in by Mark McCliney.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Mark McCliney with Samco Capital Markets, the city's financial advisor. Stephanie Leiby is with us. She's in the box over there on the TV. She's under the weather and sorry she can't be here. Oh, there she is. We're here to discuss Six Creeks, which you may remember started back in 2017. We've done multiple bond issues up to this point, and the developers come back, said, we're ready for the second part of 3B, which is or neighborhood improvement 3, and they're ready for funding for neighborhood improvement 5. So today, the council agenda is set to do the plums, number 24, the preliminary limited offering memorandum for both neighborhood improvement 3B and for neighborhood improvement 5. That's the first agenda item.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on that item? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 24.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilman Rizo, seconded by Councilman Harris, that we approve agenda item 24. Discussion on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed. All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 25, consider approval of a resolution of the City of College, Texas, determining the cost and certain authorized improvements to be financed within improvement area number 5, the Six Creeks PID, and approving the preliminary service and assessment plan updated for improvement area number 5, et cetera. Mr. McClatty.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. This item is for primarily neighborhood improvement 5. There's several items tied to this. The preliminary service and assessment plan done by P3. If there's questions, we have Casey with P3 here. The assessment roll, authorizing the creation of that, the filing of the assessment roll with city secretary, and then calling a public hearing for February 4th to consider the levying of that assessment. On February 4th, we would also come in with final interest rates or the bond sale for both the 3B bond and the 5 neighborhood improvement area 5. Those are the items for item number 25.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Libby or Mr. McClatty?
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 25.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Harris, that we approve agenda item 25. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Zuniga.
Hello. Yeah, quick question. Looks like there's several PIDs here, like up to 5, and more will probably be coming, right?
Yes.
In the future. Is the development complete before a new PID is being opened? Or what I don't want is for us to open up so many PIDs and we have half built out, unfilled subdivisions out there.
Well, they are building as they go along. So a good example is number 3. A year ago, 18 months ago, we authorized the assessment and issued bonds for neighborhood improvement 3. But we didn't issue all the bonds. So today, so they kept working and building, and today we're authorizing the balance. So the construction's pretty much complete in neighborhood 3, although the houses haven't been completed and sold to the end purchaser. But they're up and moving, and that's going as fast as they can. Now they've started and done the construction for neighborhood improvement 5. They're ready and going as fast as they can. They need the assessment in place before they sell the homes. And that's what we're doing to the end purchaser. So those homes are starting to go up. They're ready to sell those homes as they're completed, and then they're going to start on neighborhood improvement 6. As they sell those, they'll start moving on to the next phase. So it's pretty much set up so that we will always have some residual as you go forward, because they don't want to be working on something that they can't get sold. Because they're then the developers are holding and paying that assessment. So their idea and the way this is set up is they don't want to have an assessment that they have to pay. So they want to get them sold as quickly as possible. So they're layering it to prevent what you're talking about. Quarter finished product, lots of empties.
Yeah.
Before the next phase. So they're going to be working, they'll get through much of 5, and that's one of the smaller ones before they get to coming to you to get 6 or 7.
Okay, that's kind of what I needed more clarification on. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 26.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mark. Consider approval of a resolution reaffirming the City of Kyle's legislative program and adopting the TML legislative program for 2025. Mr. Elizondo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a resolution for you tonight to both reaffirm the City of Kyle's legislative program and also adopt the Texas Municipal League's legislative program for 2025. While we would bring this at any time, at any beginning of any year, this is a particularly important time to bring it because the 89th Texas Legislature kicked off last week, which I'm sure you guys all know, and I'm sure everyone knows that a large leadership change just took place at the federal level, which will certainly have ripples through the committees at the federal level and also many of the agencies that we work with and are building those relationships with that we just spoke about in relation to with the Akin Gump contract. So this is a great time to do this and continue the work of building our relationships with those agencies and those representatives. So for anyone watching that may not know, the City of Kyle has a legislative program. It was built and approved by the City Council in March of 2024. It serves as a high-level legislative guide for the city and outlines priorities across 6 categories that you can see there on the screen. It does not specifically, from the city's standpoint, propose or advocate for specific legislation or oppose any specific legislation. Instead, it's very high level. It's meant to be a guide and support major projects and initiatives, both currently for the city and what's coming up in the future for the city. And so the resolution tonight, it also works very well in tandem with our strategic plan. So the strategic plan from the council's perspective is what they built, what you all built, and helps guide the city and all of what city staff is working toward. And then the legislative program comes in and helps support a lot of those projects through the relationships we have from our representatives and the grant money that we go after for a lot of those projects. So the first part of this resolution is to reaffirm the legislative program for 2025, Kyle's legislative program. And the second is to adopt the Texas Municipal League legislative program. This is, like I said, the 89th Texas Legislature kicked off last week, and this is the Texas Municipal League's program that's aimed at safeguarding the authority of Texas municipalities and promoting laws that support local governance. So this program, specifically from TML, whom we are a partner city with, outlines what it opposes as far as harmful bills that they feel are harmful to cities, and what it advocates for as far as what it feels are good bills that are being proposed to cities. And some of the challenges that it's looking at in this legislative session are ones that we have seen many times before, like state preemptions, unfunded mandates, and revenue restrictions. Essentially, what this document implies is that local municipalities should have the ability to retain control over local decisions and also control over the resources of that particular city. So every city faces unique challenges when it comes to the city itself. They have unique citizenry and a unique culture to that city. Every city has unique resources that it's working with, and every city is on a different timeline as far as the city's growth curve. And so essentially, this TML and this document speaks to the fact that it's very hard to legislate all cities from a one-size-fits-all approach, and that every city is unique in what it needs and at the time that it needs it. And so what it advocates for is bills that are much more for local control and against bills that are pulling local control away from cities. So the second part of this resolution is to adopt this Texas Municipal League program for this year as part of our legislative program. And then just a few key dates related to this resolution that we wanted to get before council. Like I said, the Texas legislature began on January 14th. This February, staff is currently working with TML to get a date for city council and staff to go up to the TML offices just across the street from the Capitol in Austin so that we can sit down with their legal team and their legislative team, and they can really run through a lot of these bills that are coming in. It's very beneficial to hear what bills are coming up, what bills that they are advocating for, what bills that they see as problematic, what bills that they see have legs and might get passed, and other ones that may not have the support, but we should look out for the future. So that'll be a great visit with them that we're setting up. And then in the March, April, May timeframe, we really want to start scheduling meetings. Staff wants to start scheduling meetings with you all and our state representatives to go talk to them about not only the projects that we have here going on here in Kyle, that open data transparency legislative page and those projects that we're going to talk about, but also to talk about some of the bills that we are advocating for or opposed to as a Texas municipality 20 minutes outside of Austin. And then, as you all know, we have March 10th and 11th from the federal level. We have NLC coming up, NLC Hill Day. We will work with Akin Gump to get really great meetings and targeted meetings with our representatives in Washington, but also targeted with some of those agencies and committee members for projects that we feel we're going to go after grant funding for this year, and then the congressional conference as well. On June 2nd, the Texas legislature ends. This is by no means an exhaustive list of our legislative timeline. We just wanted to get these in front of you as it relates to what we're talking about in this resolution. So the options tonight are to approve the resolution. Council certainly has the ability to approve the resolution with some changes or to deny the resolution. Staff recommends approval.
All right, does anybody have any questions of Jesse or comments? Councilmember Rizo.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. This is really, really important. I mean, especially getting the meetings with TML is important as well. You know, as we all know, every time the ledge meets, it feels like cities lose more and more control of development within their cities. We have more of our power taken away from each other. So making sure we have advocacy and making sure that we are heard is important. So I appreciate you putting the work in this, working with everyone else as well, and getting council involved. It's important. So
Absolutely.
we definitely carry a voice, and hopefully our legislatures will listen to us as well. So thank you, sir. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 26.
All right, motion by Councilmember Rizo, second by Mayor Pro Tem, that we approve agenda item 26. Is there discussion on that motion? Councilmember Tobias.
I know at the end of the season at the Texas Legislature, when they end, they do their final review of everything that was passed. Will we get notifications to attend that as well from TML? Like the city would be invited? I know I attended one back in 2020 and 2021, I believe.
We could certainly look into it and contact TML as far as when's that happening and maybe take a trip up there to see it.
I think I went with Scott Sellers at the time. And
2022?
yeah.
It's 2022.
So they gave us a whole recap of everything that all the representatives voted on that affected all the cities, and it was good information to get.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if we can get some of that.
We'll put that in the timeline.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 27, consider approval of task order number 8 to CP&Y. Doing business as STV Infrastructure to develop a wastewater master plan in the amount of $734,800.
Good evening, Rosie Truelove, Director of Administrative Services. The primary purpose of this project is to develop a wastewater master plan with the following objectives. First, we're going to update the wastewater flow projections for a 5, 10, and ultimate build-out horizon. We're going to assess the current wastewater collection system and provide recommendations for any necessary improvements, and then hope to have some strategic guidance for future capital projects. The project will include project management, supporting administrative advancement of the project, including progress tracking, scheduling, reporting, and progress meetings. There'll be evaluation of existing data and reports, data collection, review and updating existing GIS data, reviewing lift stations, and reviewing our existing hydraulic models, developing wastewater flow projections, develop and update wastewater flow projections for a 5, 10, and ultimate 5-year, 10-year, and ultimate build-out, flow metering, installation of flow meters and rain gauges to collect dry and wet weather data over a 180-day period, hydraulic model update, to update this model and to hold a workshop to discuss the findings, and lastly, a CIP master plan report to identify project schedules and estimated costs to be included in the city's CIP and to prepare and complete the wastewater master plan. The timeline that we have here, the overall project is targeted to be completed within 14 months of notice to proceed. The flow metering is expected to occur during the wet season or February to July of 2025 for a period of 180 days. The completion of the master plan will be within 5 months of the flow metering completion. Comments back on the draft wastewater master plan within 3 weeks of submittal, with the final master plan coming within 4 weeks of receiving the city's comments. This is being done through a task order number 8 to CP&Y doing business as STV for $734,800. Options we have to approve or deny the task order, and staff recommends approval of the task order.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Rosie? Motions?
Yeah, quick question.
Councilmember Zuniga.
Yeah, Rosie, so what are, I guess, some of the, what are we expecting to get more information on, or like, how are we going to use this information in the wastewater master plan to improve the infrastructure here?
I'm going to let Mike Murphy answer those questions.
Good evening, Council. Mike Murphy, Director of Water Utilities. So the hiring STV is to actually design our wastewater master plan. That's the end goal of it. And so I'm not sure what part of that, what is your question on that?
Oh, like, so they're going to design the connecting points or the flow of the infrastructure?
No, they're not doing any of that. What they're going to be doing is, I think if you're talking about the flow metering and the hydraulic, so the challenge here is to find several days of wet weather and then dry weather so that you can compare, so you can get your model comparison. And that's why you see that we put in a 180-day period to do flow monitoring. Obviously, it doesn't take 180 days to do it, but you have to sort of find that sweet spot when it's raining and when it's dry and then raining again, so you can get those comparables to put into your model. And that's the challenge in Kyle, because you all know that we're in a severe drought, and it's hard to determine when that's going to actually happen. So what we're asking STV to do is to create all these things right here: project management, evaluating of existing data and reports. You can see it all on the screen. But the issue is we haven't done a wastewater master plan that there's even a record of doing. Back in 2016, we did extensive modeling, which is what determined all these major projects that we're working on right now, including the wastewater treatment plant, all the interceptor lines that we're looking at upgrading and things like that. So it's been a while since we've had anything to give us that information, because a lot of these projects are very large and very expensive. So what we hope to gather from this information is get all this data so that we can make good, sound decisions when we come back to you with that last item up there, which is the CIP master plan.
I got it. So it's like to look at the critical assets in the wastewater designs and how they work in modeling.
Existing conditions. Right? That's exactly right.
Okay.
And I also put our growth pattern in there also, because obviously we're going to continue to grow. Our system's got to keep up.
Okay. Yeah. I'd like to hear that. That's nice. Okay.
Councilor Harrison.
Quick question. We're looking at 180 days of data, and we know well that that's not an easy bell curve, that we have months like October's that are well outside of that, and we've had big floods. So I assume that they include historical data in that as well?
We will. That's one of the things up there is like evaluation of existing data and reports, so we definitely will be looking at that. But our fingers are going to be crossed. And what Leon was telling me a few minutes ago was the last time that we did this, it didn't stop raining for weeks. And I'm like, good. Well,
that'd be nice.
If that's the worst thing that happens to us on this, then we're in good shape.
Well, I'll say this: they're getting ready to build the train in 1881, and they had 17 days of rain in September, and they had it built by mid-October. So I'm just saying, it can happen.
We would take some of that rain right now, wouldn't we?
Sorry, you're going to get all kinds of weird little stories from me over the next few months, but that's one of them. Councilman Rizo.
Mike, thank you for working on this. Thank you for working to create a plan, seeing the water plan as well. I mean, it's great to finally, as a city, be planning for the future, planning for what infrastructure we have. We're not just guessing at things. So having real data is important. Data is what drives, what we do as a city. So having real data and having hard data is important. So thank you. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 27.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilman Rizo, second by Councilor Harris that we approve agenda item 27. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mike. Next up is agenda item 28. Receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction regarding the launch of the City of Kyle's online interactive strategic plan, open data, and government transparency website. Mr. Elizondo.
All right.
We're not even gonna make you wait on this for meeting after meeting.
I am very excited to be here tonight to unveil, to talk about, and give you guys a little bit of a sneak peek on what we believe is a transformative project for the city of Kyle that will be rolled out all throughout 2025. So different steps that we'll walk through. So I have a quick presentation here just to introduce it for anyone watching that may not know. This is not a new project. This is part of the budget that we approved in this last budget that was the OpenGov software. Since then, we've been building the back end of it, all the software integrations, all of the data that's behind it. I have to give a huge kudos to our IT team led by our director, Marco, and assistant director, Danny. They have done a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes for this. And now we get to the point where we get to start rolling it out, which is very exciting. The three major portions of this are our online strategic plan, our open data and transparency portal, and our budgeting module and our online budget book. So I'll go through this very quickly so that I can jump into the little demo that we have, the little sneak peek for you guys. But as the three separate portions of this project, we have our online strategic plan. Now, this is not new. We have an approved strategic plan that City Council built at the last visioning workshop. It's a lot of presentations tonight have a lot of synergy. At the last visioning workshop, the first strategic plan for the entire city was built. The city's mission, vision, and strategic focuses and priorities were set by this council with 5 major focus areas. That's a static PDF document that we have produced and exists now on our website. Out of that, the staff took those strategic focus areas and those strategic goals, and we put 96 strategic action items underneath those goals. So under each strategic focus across all of them, there were 96 action items that came out of that high-level projects that staff is tracking. And what this online strategic plan does is it breathes life into that PDF document where all of those strategic action items are tracked real time. Dynamically, you can see if they're on track, if they've been achieved, if they're off track, if they've been canceled. And then also on the back end with the key performance indicators of the strategic plan, all the data is there behind it. We'll take a look at it in just a minute. So that it's a high level of accessibility and transparency, not only for staff and for council, but also for our citizenry and our stakeholders of the city. So that's the online strategic plan portion. That will be launching at the end of this month in January. At the end of January, we'll be putting that online. Everyone can look through it. I'm gonna give you guys a little sneak peek of it tonight. The second portion of this is our open data and transparency portal. So this is really the main hub of what we're building, which is a transparency portal across everything that the city is doing. And we'll take a look at it in just a minute, but really what it is we're gonna feature it prominently on our main site so that anybody that wants to know what's going on within the city can click on it. The idea behind this portal is that it builds over time. So we'll launch it and we'll have department pages that talk about what the departments are doing. It'll have all of their performance metrics on there and open data that they can dig into. There will be interactive and dynamic access to their budgets. And then also some of the projects that we've talked about tonight, like the legislative program, our lean government program will be worked in there. Links to this online strategic plan and our budget book will be on there. And this is not something that we're going to launch and will stay static. We actually have positions in the city that will continue to build on this. The departments, the divisions will continue to build on this. So the idea is that every time you go to this page, you find something new, you have more access and more engagement with the city and can see all the data and everything behind it. I'll show you in just a little bit. And then our online budget, that will be launching in the March-April timeframe. So end of March, early April timeframe, that online portal and that transparency portal. And then the final portion is our online budget book, which is very cool. We actually already have this software and it's being built through the finance team and through IT. This is an online budget portal that will transform how we do our budget process throughout this coming year. All the departments and divisions will use this portal to build the budget in it. That will happen throughout the year, and then when we finally, in the September timeframe, when we approve the budget, it will go online as an online budget book. It is essentially the static budget book that we print and that we have online, but all of the data that's behind that budget book and can be explained. It's easily parsed out. It's simplified so that people can drill down into it and look at every single department, all the data behind it, in real time forecasting. I'll show you a great example of it and what we're kind of aspiring to with ours in just a little bit. But those are the three main functions. The online budget book will be is being implemented and utilized now throughout the budget process, but it will launch online, obviously, as the budget gets approved in the September timeframe. So all three of these main portions throughout 2025 will be rolled out. Okay, so here's my demo. We were gonna do this as a video, but whenever you're at council and there's technology involved, you can expect something to go wrong. So Marco hooked me up, and there's this magic button in the back that just shows my screen that I already have everything ready to go and preloaded on. So this is the first portion, which is the online strategic plan. It will look very much like the strategic plan that we have from a static PDF. It will exist online. You have your strategic focus areas here across the top. Is that showing? Yes. And then you also have the strategic focus areas down here. So this is what council built at the last visioning workshop. I would also like to point out that the idea behind the strategic plan is that every year as the council goes and does their visioning workshop, this document is looked at, the focus areas are looked at, the strategic goals, and it's tweaked and maintained so that it's not just 2-3 years from now, just something that's sitting on the shelf and old. It's dynamic, it's up to date. It is the vision of what the council has that drives the rest of the city and all of staff forward in what we're doing. So these are the strategic focus areas right here. We'll have a link to our budget down here. We have our city council, of course, some inspiring words from Mayor Travis Mitchell here and our council. It looks very much like the strategic plan we have now. However, if you click on any of these strategic focus items, you drill down into that strategic focus, and underneath that you have all of the various action items that are related to that strategic focus that were built up by staff. So you can see here's the name of the action items. These are all, by the way, in the PDF strategic plan, but here you can see the status of those items, the start date, their due date, the last time they were updated. We wanted on the front page to have everything contained right here so you could see it all at once. But if you click this Learn More tab down here, it'll bring you to this dashboard. And again, this is specifically to Thriving and Prosperous under the strategic focus. You see a dashboard of all the different items under this strategic focus. And not only can you read about the items themselves here and see the status of them, but you can see the most up-to-date comment from the staff that's working on those different items. So for instance, one of the items out of the 2024 strategic plan was to create and adopt an economic development strategic plan. That has been achieved. The due date was in October, and the last comment was that the strategic plan was presented and approved by council on October of 2024, so that was achieved. Another one that I'd like to point out is the finalization of Downtown Development Master Plan and development of revitalization of downtown. That one is set to be due in the June-July time frame, but if you look at the last comment, it says that it has not been adopted, but updates have been made and are being taken to the visioning workshop that's coming up in March. So you can look through every single one of these action items and see exactly what's going on with them in real time. And the way that this was set up, because one of the dangers of setting something up like this is that if it's static, you have to go get everybody to update them, and because everyone is working on so many different things, they can sit and then get old, and then when you look at them, it's not recent. These are built directly into the systems that our departments and divisions are working on, so they will continuously be updated, so they should not get old or static as time goes on. So there's all 96 action items. Staff is also looking at evaluating those items year to year to make sure that they're up to date and to make sure that they're more targeted and more action-oriented, and so council, staff, and citizens can see them as we go forward. The other thing in the strategic plan, other than the action items, are our key performance indicators. So we're building in every single one of our key performance indicators that are in our strategic plan in a dynamic format. So here underneath Thriving and Prosperous, we're tracking the sales of property tax and revenue growth. All of these different figures are built straight into our ERP. So it's pulling the information straight out of our systems. And not only can you see it here, the different levels throughout the years, but you can also click on this Explore More, and from there you can see the actual data from behind. You can see every single year. You can play with it and how it is displayed visually. You can also drill down and see the actual specific data and items that are behind it. So this is a full pull back the curtain on everything that we're doing and tracking from a performance indicator standpoint. And then you can even come up here and download it. You can have it if you just want to look at all the data in a spreadsheet. There are some big data nerds out there that love this open data stuff and pull everything that we have. It's all open. It's all out there. You can share it. You can send it to people. Every single one of our KPIs will be built this way, and every single thing on the next portion I'm going to show you with the open data and transparency will be built in the same system. So if you're looking at performance metrics or benchmarks or industry standards that our departments are tracking specifically to their department, you can drill down into the data, you can pull it, you can look at it. All of it's open to the public. We would love for everyone to go in there and see everything that we're doing and continuously build on that over time. So that is this online strategic plan that is launching at the end of this month. So we'll put something out on social media, on our communications channels. It'll be part of our website, and it'll be a continuous thing that gets updated with council and updated with our staff as we move forward. We're very excited about it. The next portion that's launching in the March-April timeframe is the Transparent Open Data and Transparency Hub, the portal that everything will branch off of. So I wanted to show, we will prominently feature this when it launches on the very front of our website, probably replacing one of these buttons, because our view of this is anybody that wants to see what's going on in the city from a transparency or data standpoint, that we want it to be very accessible. They click on it, and from there they can go to any portion of this system that we've built. So, oh, there's Brian. Hold on, let me get down there. So they would go to this hub, and from this hub, you would have it's very similar to the strategic plan, but more focused on what's going on within the city. So we'd have a link to our strategic plan that's up here, a link to our digital budget book, which we'll talk about in just a second. We'll be tracking different departments. So you'll see at launch, we'll have different department pages that explains what's going on with each different department. They get to brag about what they're working on, their key projects. They will have open data performance metrics that they're tracking specifically to their departments. You can drill into, you can pull that data.
That's going to be published?
It's all going to be published online, yes, for everyone to see. And then we also will have a link to our open data site, which is essentially a site you can go to that if you don't want to see the graphic and data visualizations, you can just drill straight into the data. It's just all the data there that you can pull the different spreadsheets and things like that. And then we have obviously a link to our budget and some inspiring words from our city manager, Brian Langley. And then, so the other portion of this is tracking capital projects. So let me see what we have here. Oh, this is an example of our police department. They've already started working on their page. I tell the chief all the time that he's my shining light when it comes to the data. The chief and his department track everything. They're very data driven. But the other thing on this page will be the tracking of capital projects. So under parks, under water, under wastewater and transportation, we will have a drill down into every single capital project that the city is working on. And so here under parks, they've started building these pages out. You have park CIP projects, trails, facilities. I don't think this is a fully exhaustive list yet, but we wanted to show you guys how this would work. So the steeplechase and Waterleaf parking lots, you guys looked at this at the last meeting. If you clicked on that particular CIP project, this is for design of those. You go to this page, and from this page, you would see the breakdown of exactly what the staff is working on for that project. So you get to see a description of what the project is, the total budget for the design of these parking lots, the project manager, the council district it's in. We'll always have some renderings of what the project is, the start date of the project, the target end date, the health of the project, whether it's on track, whether it's been kicked off track, whether it's been canceled or paused, and for whatever reason, the different funding sources for each one of these projects. And then again, that up-to-date last comment of each one of these capital improvement projects, it tells you exactly what's going on with it. So, for instance, this is our Deputy Director of Parks, Chris Escoto. He wrote in here that council approved the design for the contract on January 7th, and staff is currently coordinating kickoff meetings with the project manager. So, for anybody that's, we have well over 150 CIP projects across the city, and for anyone that's wondering whatever is going on with a certain project, they'll be able to come in here, they'll be able to look at it, evaluate it, see everything that's going on with it, what the status is, when it's supposed to be completed, all of those things, and completely open up everything that we're working on from a transparency standpoint. And then finally, our online budget book. So we do not have currently one published for the city because we're currently building it, but we wanted to show you guys what an online budget book would be. And Winchester, Virginia has a fantastic version of it using the same software that we're using. And so what it is essentially the static budget book that we produce, that we print out, that we have online, except it's very interactive in the same way that all of the strategic plan and the transparency portal are interactive. So you have your budget book and everything that belongs within it. You have an overview of the city manager's message, the org chart, the council members, all the things that are in the front of the budget book. And then also a summary of all the funds. So you have Here's an example. You have all the revenue funds. You have a breakdown of all these funds. All of them you can click on and drill down into the data and see all the back-end data. So you're looking at that point in time of the approved budget and can drill down, pull it into spreadsheets, analyze it however you want. You also have a breakdown of every single fund. By the way, this is in our current budget book, but it's just not as easily accessible. You also have a breakdown of all the different funds, other informations like debt summaries and forecasting that we can put in here. And all of this is dynamic data that you can drill down into and see. So this is all functioning under that OpenGov product. Grant, you can switch me back to the presentation, the magic button. This is all functioning under that OpenGov product, and we're very excited to start rolling it out at the end of this month with our online strategic plan for people to jump into and start utilizing that, and then in the March-April timeframe, launching that open data and transparency site, and then the online budget book later as we approve budget. So we feel like this is transformative for the city, not only for staff and city council to track these and really have a data-driven mindset of how we're doing things, but also for our citizens and for our stakeholders to go in here at any time and see everything that we're working on and be up to date, even from what our staff is working on and the comments that they're making on all of this stuff. So we're very excited for it, and we just wanted to show it off and get your feedback.
All right, questions or comments? Councilmember Tobias.
That is amazing information right there. It's like literally so user-friendly. You know, you can be able to use that web tool to go into, if you have a meeting with a resident or staff member, same thing for you guys. If you need to look up a certain budget or a certain project, it's all right there where you can be able to utilize that. Going back to that budget, and since we were talking about Akin's Gump, we could also probably instill in some of the grants that we're applying for and where they're going to, what we're trying to get on that level, as far as the ones we're trying to get approved. But this is perfect. This is good. I know that we're still working on the 311 system. I know it's going to be similar to that, but just having everything at your fingertips in a way, and it's how user-friendly it is. It'll just take a while for people to navigate because it's a lot of data and information, but I think we're on the right track to be more modernized in our strategic planning. This really helps a lot. Looks neat. I'm excited.
Additional comments, Councilmember Rizo.
I was going to hold up my stopwatch, but
I should have warned you it's going to be a little long. It's going to be a little long.
Honestly, the information was so great. I didn't want to stop you. Definitely excited about this. The transparency, everything, showing residents being able to go on and see things in real time. The projects, when people are thinking about road projects, they can actually go on and just see for themselves. But the one thing I'm going to tell you is that we've tried to do something not at this scale, but similar to it. And what we felt is that we just don't update, right? And that's why it was encouraging. We said it's going to be updated regularly. What are the safeguards that tell us that it is going to be updated? I mean, what is? I guess you talked about it a little bit, but I want everybody to know what we're doing as a city to make sure that it's getting updated.
It's an excellent question. I'm happy to answer it. So the data behind all of the performance metrics and all of the KPIs, it's pulled directly from the system. So it's I think every night. At 2 in the morning or something like that, the data's updated. So staff doesn't have to go in, once we build it and integrate it, staff doesn't have to go in and hit a button or go in and make sure there's update. It's updating itself on the back end. And then from the CIP updates and all the stuff that the staff's working on, those are all built in from what staff is using to build and track what they're doing. So really, they're not doing anything related to the actual open data and transparency portal. They're just doing their work. Now, if something falls behind and is old, it's because that's not getting worked on, right? Like as they work on it and as they update it, it's moving along and just consistently and automatically updated in the system. It's an excellent question, and anybody that's ever worked on a system like this knows that if you don't have it dynamically updating, we all have a lot to do all day long, and we cannot be chasing every single person saying update this or update that. So it has to be updated automatically. So it's an excellent point. Yeah. And it's something that we really made sure that the system that we built could do that. Otherwise, it gets old and nobody really looks at it.
That's good. Jesse, I'm excited about this. And with that, I'd like to make a motion. Do we have to approve?
No, this is just an update, just showing it off.
Okay. Sounds good. Discussion and updated, and we're good to go. All right. Hey, Jesse, thank you.
I had to make a comment, too. Thank you, Jesse.
You know, when I was looking at the budget, right, through the books that Leon Perez prepares, you can't go through them. I mean, you can only go back so far, and there are tables, but having this where you got charts, you know, real-time descriptions of the project is, you know, going to be valuable. How much, I guess, how much data will you be storing? I mean, how far back will you be putting data in here?
My understanding from talking to the system, the system stores all the data on their cloud, so it would be year over year. We would continue. You could go back and look at these year over year. So it's a point in time snapshot, and so everything dynamically gets you know, clicked and it's frozen at that point, and then we continue to build for the next year. And so each year you could go back and look at those different years and still have all the dynamic data that exists behind it.
And I guess just to keep it clean and easy to use without over cluttering it, what are y'all gonna do? Like not putting too much into like pages? Like, is somebody working on that on the software side of it?
Yeah, I think you mentioned it. It's having those drop downs and being able to drill down into smaller bites of the budget, and then also the explanations that go with them. So instead of just a data dump of here's 50 pages of numbers, it's breaking them out and showing exactly what you're looking at. And it's much easier to do because as we build the budget throughout the year, we can build that into it. And so then the next year and the year after, the following year after that, they're already built in, and it makes it a lot simpler, and it's a greater efficiency for staff as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is already there in our web pages. It's just not organized in the way that now this can show it to us, right?
It's a level up. It's a step forward. We're excited about it.
Thank you for that. It's good.
No, you're pointing.
I wasn't sure if
I'm done.
Mr. McKinney had something to say.
Do you have something to say?
Just a question. How will this new system afford people the opportunity to find information that they typically would ask for via an open records request?
I think the open records system will be a link from obviously our open data page, but I think it opens up a tremendous amount of data and information that people may ask now for open records requests, that we would then go gather that information and could take a lot of staff time. Whereas if it's on the open data page and it's being updated dynamically, staff doesn't have to go out and get it. We can send them a link specifically to whatever they're asking for, and they can drill down and pull that data as detailed as they would like. So I think it's going to help tremendously, but there will still be a specific aspect of open records that will continue with what we have, and it'll be a link from this page to that page. So,
Just seeing on open data pages, when you have the data's available, you can allow subscribers to sign up if they're interested in those data sets, and when they're updated, they get an email indicating that information is again available, and they can download it immediately and avoids the need to even submit a request altogether. We get routine requests every couple of months from lots of different folks just looking for routine data. So hopefully this will help manage that for both them and us.
Additional thoughts? So what I will say is, I think it was like 2019, we as a council, 2020 maybe even, I don't know if Tobias may remember the Kyle Accountability Standards for Excellence case, that's how we named it. We tried, the idea of Kyle as the gold standard came from this initiation that council took to try to get staff to be more transparent with its performance metrics and with its data. But we just ran into a wall of competency, essentially. We just weren't organizationally strong enough to be able to deliver that. So it's kind of interesting. This is an interesting moment for me to realize, like, we got there in the end, but we didn't get there by just demanding it. We got there by hiring the right city manager and empowering that city manager to hire staff that would have those ideals, especially operational ideals and capability. So I know you've geeked out on this kind of stuff a lot and get excited, which is exactly what we need. So this is a watershed moment for me. This is really very good. So I'm thankful for it, and I hope to see it. But remember, as has been said, accuracy and timeliness of updates is the measure of whether it's going to be good. So I hope to see that it's more than just set and forget. I understand your dynamic conversation. I see how that's valuable, but there's a lot more to this than just allowing the budget data to flow through into an infographic. There's just a lot there. And so Yeah, go forth.
Yeah,
Godspeed.
I completely agree, Mayor, and our vision of this is that we're consistently not just looking at it and updating it, but building on it, so that, you know, every month someone goes in and they find something new that we have put on there, added new pages. Our legislative page, to Councilmember Tobias's point, to build that out, explain the legislative program, what we're doing, have dashboards of the grants we're going after, have a breakdown of the projects that we are excited about for going after grants, and then when we meet with our representatives and with those agencies, rather than having, we have very good handouts that we hand them, but rather than having handouts that we hand them, we pull it up and show them. We walk them through all the different projects and the conceptual drawings that we have. We're very excited about it and how we'll be able to utilize it internally and what it means from a transparency standpoint.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, we're going to take agenda item 31 next, if there are no objections. Receive a report, hold a discussion, provide staff direction regarding the skate park at Greg Clark Park. Mr. Lopez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. David Lopez, Director of Parks and Recreation. We are excited to bring updates on the City of Cowell's first skate park project. Just a brief overview, we're going to talk about the history, go over some of the strategy and the original site overview, as well as the budget. And then we're going to talk about two new options and analysis of these two options and how they measure up against aspirational peer cities who have comparable product. And then we're going to talk about the budget impact of each of those options. And finally, we'll be seeking council direction on this matter. I feel like we've talked about the project timeline ad nauseum, so I'll just gloss over it briefly. In 2020, there was a bond approved for Greg Clark Park for $1 million. And then in 2022, there was a county match of $1 million, bringing the total million to $2 million. And then in 2023, SPA Skate Parks had a contract with City Council for design. They conducted public engagement as part of that design process. And then in 2024, they began the permitting work and also mobilizing the site for construction. The project was paused as it moved beyond authorization for design approval. And so this pause allowed new management staff to reassess the project and to bring back a path forward to implement the original concept once more. On September 30th, 2024, Park Board authorized or recommended approval for moving forward with that concept. And on October 15th, Council reviewed this project and strategy and gave staff direction to come back with expanded concepts and to position the skate park to be within the top 20% of skate parks built within the last 10 years. So staff worked diligently with SPA, the skate park design build company, to take all the community feedback, take council feedback, take park board feedback, and implement that into some good preliminary concepts. We took these concepts to park board, at which time they gave a unanimous recommendation for one of the three concepts. So a little more information on what council had requested. In addition to positioning as in the top 20% of all skate parks in the last 10 years, council wanted to see lighting, some site furnishings at the site. Shade was really important, as well as incorporating new features for various skill levels, including flow bowls and even a pump track. And so in working with SPA, staff felt like we checked all of those boxes, and the strategy for bringing or advancing the project would be in phase one, what we're doing tonight and talking about these concepts. And then if a recommendation was made this evening, we would then work towards developing a proposal and contract for council consideration at a meeting in February, and ideally bringing this back as a design build contract to move things along faster. At this time, I'd like to ask our Deputy Director of Parks, Trails, and Conservation, Chris Escoto, to come up. He's worked diligently on this project with the SPA. Chris has extensive knowledge and experience in working with skate parks and has a lot of great ideas, and he really wants to bring the best product forward for the community of Kyle. So, Chris, if you would.
Absolutely. Chris Escoto, Parks Deputy Director. Pleasure being here today. Just a quick reminder of the location for the skate park. It is going to be placed over at Greg Clark Park. Greg Clark Park, just to give you a little bit of context, the white structure that you see on the top left, that is the Ash Pavilion. where the bottom left green area is the playground. So as of right now, I do want to mention that the extent of the skate park did incorporate the removal of the existing tennis court, which I'll highlight on later in the presentation. So one of the concepts that Mr. Lopez talked about was the CIP funding that was allocated for this project. There was a total budget of $2 million specific to Greg Clark Park, where there was a remaining balance of $770,000. If you look at the right section, you will be able to see the breakdown of all the costs of all the various expenses that were allocated specifically within Greg Clark Park. So that's where that remainder of that $770,000 come from. Just to set the stage and talk about what a pump track is, we wanted to highlight that a pump track could be multiple surfacing methods. So it could be soft surface, it could be concrete, and it could be asphalt. One of the components from an all-inclusive approach that we'll be talking about today is the element of inclusivity when you're incorporating skateboards, scooters, even wheelchairs within the skate park itself. So that's one thing that we want to touch on as one of the options. One of the conversations that we had is, how do we plan for the future? So one of the concepts that we're looking at was, what is, I guess, the rule of thumb when it comes to skate park or building skate parks? For every 75,000 residents, you need to have 20,000 square feet. That's the rule of thumb that's established. So if you look at Kyle today, we're talking about 18,000 roughly. If you look at the future of Kyle, that's roughly within the 40,000 square foot mark for a skate park. So just want to touch on those items as I go further within the presentation. You'll notice some trends within that presentation slide. So some of the options, as Mr. Lopez talked about, we are proposing two additional concepts. One that we call the enhanced version, and then the third option, the all-wheel skate park that I spoke about. And I'll highlight on those specific items here shortly. So option number one, if you recall, option number one, we do have 100% complete construction documents for roughly 9,000 square feet. One thing that was not incorporated was the shade and landscape. And that was the original OPCC, which stands for the opinion of probable construction cost, that identified this project to be roughly about $1 million. Here's a conceptual renders that gives you the 3D renders. Option number two. So the difference for option number two, as I mentioned, we're enhancing the skate park itself. So what the consultant is proposing is the increase of this plaza itself by 3,000 to 5,000 square feet, where we're adding those other elements when it comes to the various skill levels. So we're incorporating the skating bowl roughly about 7,000 square feet, where this option will include shade, lighting, benches, and landscaping. As I talked about earlier within the tennis court itself, the original concept did account for the removal of the tennis court. However, I do want to highlight that the tennis court is in need of repair. It's actually not sized properly to scale. So it's one thing that staff does need to identify and look at the option of reallocating within the Greg Clark Park itself. So I do want to note that where you're identifying that 18,000 to 20,000 square foot for that option two, where now you're starting to break down the different costs. So as I mentioned, the flow bowl zone, the support amenities, 10.5 design fee is what's identified for this. Knowing that we did already go through option number one, there were some sunk costs that were identified. So they're essentially having to restart all over whenever we're talking about expanding this scope. So the 10.5%, I would mention that it's on the higher end. There's a range of roughly 8 to 10.5, but I wanted to provide that higher end just to let you know in front of what that cost implication could be. We're talking about roughly $2.2 million. Going into option number three, we're talking about the all-wheel skate park. So this approach, again, we're talking about the inclusivity, introducing all types of wheels. So you're talking about skateboards, bicycles, scooters, wheelchairs. So it just provides a diverse, essentially, limited effort for you to incorporate within this plaza itself. So similar to option number two, we're still incorporating the plaza, bowl, shade, lighting, benches. But the difference here is that we're adding the pump track. So the pump track itself is 11,000 square feet, putting you in the 28 to 34,000 square foot footprint. And again, breaking down the costs themselves, talking about the addition of the pump track, you are adding another $1.1 million to that, which is pretty similar to what option number one was, right? However, the design fee itself, similar to that 10.5 that I talked about at option number two, we are looking at $3.4 million for a project of this scale. So here's a comparison up front of how 3 of these concepts will flow. This is purely conceptual on how they're looking to identify this. If, depending on council's purview when it comes to the options, we will be bringing this back for further design. So I do want to highlight that. So one of the tasks for staff was, how does this compare to the state? How does it compare to the region, really? So matter of fact, 78,000 square feet is the biggest skate park in Texas. And that happens not to be the biggest in the nation. I think it's like top 4 or something. But once you start putting all these various options within perspective, you start noticing where we fall from a state level and then where we fall from a central Texas standpoint. The Travis County, I think the commission has a park. It's a Southeast Metro Park, which is in Pflugerville. That has 42,000 square feet is what that footprint is, where the options that you see on screen follow option number 2, option number 3, putting you in that top 5 mark, which is something that council was anticipating or wanting to look at. When you talk about the all-wheels approach that we're talking about today, there's only 4 of them that are featured throughout the state. And one of those does happen to be within the Central Texas region, being in San Marcos. One thing that I do want to highlight is that pump track itself is not to the scale that we're looking to build. So I talk about 11,000 square feet for the pump track being featured in option number 3. The San Marcos scale is very smaller, so it really puts us in the top 2 within Central Texas if we look at that pump track within this concept. And I will actually pass it back to Mr. Lopez to talk to you about budget.
All right, so Mr. Scotto touched on the cost impacts, and we wanted to look at that and concentrate on the delta amongst all projects. So in option 1, we were out some mobilization costs for the original concept, and so there's this gap of about $108,000, which is very easy to cover within CIP. Option 2, about $1.4 million that we'd have to cover, and in option 3, $1.2 million. With option 3, the delta is much less because we would be able to utilize the pump track CIP funding at $1.4 million to give us that impact, where we wouldn't be able to use that in option 2. So we have a little more to cover, and it's all about managing capacity in projects. We have a lot of projects in design this fiscal year. If you look at the $5 million bucket, we have the additional monies from Greg Clark Park in particular that are specific to this park. But for the $5 million bucket in general, we've got projects like Steeplechase, like Waterleaf Park that are already in design phase. And so we're managing that capacity to use that $5 million. We take design costs up front on these projects, and even with construction, we're not seeing those until later in the fiscal year or even in the next fiscal year. So it's like where if you go into construction this year, you can kind of hedge on that because you have so many projects that are in design right now. And so you're not really, in other words, you've got enough capacity to carry any option that you all are comfortable with. Okay, so just a quick recap on the summary with option 100, $108,000 to cover from the original. There's already a little north of $700,000 that this park is funded for this particular project. And with option 2, $2.2 million, and $3.4 million for option 3. Staff recommends option 3 based on all the feedback that we've received from council and also based on Park Board's unanimous recommendation to move forward with or to recommend option 3. And at this time, I will take any questions or feedback that council has for us.
Councilman Rizo.
Yeah, David, I just want to say thank you to staff for bringing back option 3. When we think about the kayak program and the recommendation they did a few years back about doing all-inclusive parks, this hits on that perfectly. When you think about all wheels, when you're thinking about the wheelchairs, everything else, I think it's a great option. When I first saw all wheels, I was thinking, about the bikes. I was thinking about skateboards. I was thinking about scooters. I never even fathom about, wheelchairs. I mean, giving everybody that opportunity should be what we do as a city. So it's really important that we think of everyone when we're thinking about our parks and our projects, making sure those that are bound to a wheelchair to participate and be able to use this is really, it's amazing. I mean, I love that. I'm glad we got that information, but I definitely think this is a really good plan. I think moving forward, it's something that I think would generate a lot of interest and have a lot of our kids in our community here in this area. I think you're even going to get kids outside the community come out and participate, and that's generating dollars as well. I mean, when you have people from out of town coming over, they're going to use the amenities, they're going to shop in your retail. There's so much value to this option 3 that I can't understand, but great job, you and your staff. It's awesome. We're looking at gold standard. This is a gold standard park. Now, thanks to this concept, I would be in full support of option 3 if that's council as well.
Councilor Harris.
Thank you.
When this was originally brought before Parks and Rec Board, we had the $770,000 figure with no option to go over that. The involvement we got from the community was astounding. The number of people that came to talk about the design of that park, the use of that park, and to multiple meetings was very rewarding for the Parks Board. I think that it will be a highly utilized park. I wasn't sure about that when we first started talking about it, because there is a San Marcos one, there is a Buda one, but it was very clear that our local residents really wanted it, and it's some of the most engaged young people that I have seen in the city coming and talking about that, and they were excited about it. So I got excited about it. I love the enhanced options if we can afford to do those. I think it would be a good investment for our city, especially the all-wheels.
Thank you.
So a couple things. Number one is, as far as the initial $2 million budget, the only dollars that I remember spending out of that was $500,000 for the splash pad. So the additional enhancements, I would have preferred those dollars to be found somewhere else, so that budget, because we didn't promise the voters, we didn't ask the voters if they wanted to build, we said $2 million. That's what it was for a skate park. And so to deliver something $700,000 worth is not good. And that's the way that bad projects come to be, when all of a sudden you've artificially lowered a budget and you don't necessarily, people don't understand why the number is so low, but they feel constrained. As you say, they didn't feel like they had an option. I'm so very glad that it came to us and we had the option foresight to say, let's put a pause on this, let's build it right. And the case in point, the worst park amenity that the city of Kyle has ever produced is what's being ripped up out of the ground, which is the tennis courts that were never once used, never once. It's impossible to play tennis on those courts. If you're there standing on the baseline, the fence is on your back. You can't even take a swing behind the baseline. And every time, I can't go to Greg Clark Park because I get so upset that the city of Kyle spent money to build something that cannot be used and has never once been used as a traditional tennis court. You've seen it, right?
I used it.
Not to play real tennis.
You never
didn't.
seen me play.
Okay. Well, I'm okay. I'm not going to say that. So this is to me, this has been an opportunity for us to right a wrong and to set a standard. And so I'm glad this is the way the process has to work. But to my colleagues, this is where we have to take a more assertive role. We have to really think about what we're doing and make sure that we're not throwing money into bad projects, which is, again, the thing that we've said with that splash pad. The idea and the desire was there, but the commitment to quality was not. And I just believe in my heart that we will never regret making sure that anything we put money into is of a certain standard and will achieve the desired objective. And so for me, I'm very happy for option 3. I wouldn't do the budgeting numbers the way that y'all have proposed, but as long as you've got it that way, that's fine with me. It doesn't really matter. But I see it as we have 1.5 million still in that budget, but an additional 5 as well. So however you want to slice it. So,
Yeah, I have to make comments too. This is a huge skate park, right? I can see the multi-uses here. It's a lot of concrete as well, so I'm not sure. I'm not in the designs of this or an expert in this, but are these only made out of concrete? Can they be made out of any other natural compounding, like dirt compacted? I mean, Because my concern is just the water, no, it's not permeable, so we're gonna have a lot of, concrete there.
Yeah, that's a good question. You've seen designs on pup tracks where they might have a stand of some kind of turf or landscaping in the center to help provide permeable surfacing within the footprint. You can also use asphalt, which can get harder, and it's relatively the same hardness as concrete.
Right.
Asphalt's probably a little warmer than concrete as well, but the dirt is very maintenance intensive, and you're not going to get the longevity out of it like you would, like a 20 to 30 year life on a concrete product.
And then I think we're gonna add good enough lighting that people can actually use it longer hours of the day.
Yes, sir.
Because, in the summer, vacation time, it seems like there's our summers are really hot, so that's why my concern is just that much of heat from the asphalt. So that's what I was looking for. Any way we could reduce that heat intensity there.
Yes, sir. Shade for the day and light for the night.
Yeah, and more lighting, because I'm sure people will love it to use it in the evenings. But I definitely know that the younger and even the people that love the biking and the skating are really supportive of this project. So and I did see a lot of interest for it.
Yeah.
Well, nighttime is the best time to skate. So is it going to be well professionally lit?
We're going to make sure that lighting is great for that, for night usage. We want to optimize this for all hours.
And then my other thing is, like when you play a game of basketball, you always have the ball hoggers or the court hoggers. So how will we be able to make sure that it's a shared skate park for the wheelers, the kids that aren't going to get bullied there by the bigger kids, and use more of the time in those dugouts. Well, the parents are going to leave the kids there, so now I just want to make sure that there's plenty of cooperation in the use of the bowls and stuff.
There's another passionate sport in park and recreation world, pickleball. And when you have dual use pickleball tennis courts, we found it's really effective when you have etiquette rule signs at the site. And it's kind of you have this law of taboo, and everybody seems to play nicely when you've established standards from the jump.
That's my only concern. Yeah, that we build good cooperation in the usage there, and we're not pushing younger kids off the use of the skate park.
So just to say, I've been around a lot of skate parks, and one of the things I do see is that the etiquette is within themselves. When I'm sitting there watching, because my wife and I to go see the kids do their tricks and stuff, but we're sitting there and we see the older kids working with the younger kids. I mean, that's not even kids that they know. You can see a kid show up and they don't even know him, and they start helping him and working on his tricks, and it's really crazy to see the etiquette that they do. Not crazy, I'm gonna say wonderful to see the etiquette that's displayed by the people that use these parks, and they understand it's an amenity that can be taken away, right, if they don't act right. So I can guarantee you that almost they self-govern themselves, so it's important to see that as well. And but you bring up a good point, is making sure we have the signs up there talking about the etiquette would definitely help as well.
Councilmember Harris.
Now, exactly what I was going to say, Councilmember Rizo. My grandson enjoyed skate parks a lot, and I would take him and my granddaughter to the parks, and she was not much of a skater. But invariably, the more experienced kids and young adults would help them. And the etiquette, I never saw anyone in all the times I took them to San Marcos and Buda skate parks, never saw anyone trying to hog the track. If a kid crashed, everybody was there to help, and then to show that kid how to do it better. I think it's a really, really interesting community in the skate community, and they really do help each other.
It's probably the grown-ups you got to watch out for.
Yeah, and if I may, Mayor, to answer your question, Councilmember Suniga, the design itself is going to be identified where you're going to have different skill levels.
Okay.
So from a beginning standpoint to intermediate, advanced, you'll be able to have that separation where it's not going to be just an overwhelming, hey, we're all going to hog this section, for lack of a better word. So it will be properly designed in that manner. So I did want to highlight that.
And Harris brought up a good point about like the injuries or people falling in a bad way. Will there be proper emergency kits there somehow? Just, my concern is someone injures themselves through a bad fall. So.
Yeah, well, it's important for us to use PSAs to promote the proper safety gear to be used at these parks as we anticipate cutting ribbon on this project as well. But yeah, working with emergency personnel and as needed, I think it's going to be important. But we want to put a premium on safety. We want there to be a safe culture there, and I think the design build firm that we've chosen, they've got a lot of experience with building and designing these skate parks, and they've been very successful.
Motion for option 3.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember McKinney. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Rizo.
No, I'm good.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 32, receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff direction on Coalish Crossing interim improvements. Mr. Trimble.
Good evening, Mike Trimble, Transportation Director. I'm excited to do my first item at Council. So I'll just give a quick overview on what we're presenting to you this evening. So as you know, the Marketplace Avenue project is part of your 2022 bond program. That project is currently under construction. As we were doing the analysis on the project, there's analysis done on Coalish Crossing to also look at increased traffic volumes and to see if there are interim improvements that should be done in conjunction with the Marketplace project to improve mobility at that intersection where that corridor meets. And so as part of that, there was some study done on the Coalish Crossing in that area, but also looking at, and I'll talk more about this in a minute, is looking at the intersections there at Marketplace, but then also at Kyle Crossing at potential roundabouts. And I'll talk a little bit more about that coming up. So there's a couple of components to this presentation. One, I'll talk about the interim improvements, and then we'll talk about long-term improvements. And there are a couple of different packages that I want to kind of walk you through on this. So what you have here is the Marketplace and Coalish Crossing intersection. As part of the interim improvements that the consultant looked at, they looked at a couple of things. One is with the increased volumes from Marketplace as it comes north and hits Coalish Crossing, they would look at moving the median back and looking at the turning movements as it hits Coalers. Part of that would be that left turn from Marketplace onto Coalish Crossing going westbound. They would create an acceleration lane. Sorry, it's past my bedtime. Acceleration lane there to allow traffic to merge. And then also on the west side, you can see it would increase that left turn bay, which would really be like a deceleration lane turning onto Marketplace Avenue as well. And then adjusting some of the median there as well to improve the turning movements at that location. So that's one part of the package. Another part of the interim improvements is moving down where the Amazon warehouse is at that location. A lot of traffic that's coming out of the PEC is actually going, when it's going westbound, and they need to get back going, eastbound going back westbound, is that turning movement right there. There's an improvement proposed to increase that bay right there to make a left turn and then create a bulb out to allow that turning movement. And so part of the issue there is there are utility conflicts, and so this would need a little more work on it to work through those utility conflicts. And so at this point in time, we're not proposing that we move forward immediately with that because that additional work needs to be done at that location.
I'm sorry, Mike, can I interrupt real quick? Just want to talk about this one with the opening of Marketplace. Are we still needing this? I think that's why they need it right now. We don't have a way out. But I know coming out of the Public Safety Center, we don't really have, for people in the parking lot, don't have anything where they could turn out to Marketplace. Is something we are looking at as a city. Maybe we hadn't planned for that, right? So is there a way to let people out of that parking lot go into there? The front parking is what I'm talking about. I don't know how much infrastructure is underground there, but I'm wondering what plan we have. Because right now they have to when you exit the public safety center, you gotta go right no matter what, right?
You're saying like cut open the other end of the parking lot?
Yeah. Is there a way we do that? Because we're looking at this, but I'm just really leery of people doing that U-turn. It just kind of scares me.
You're saying a cut through from the parking lot to Marketplace itself?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's been looked at. Unfortunately, it's too close to that intersection, and there are a number of other conflicts in that area. And
Okay.
I don't recall all the specifics, but it's a good question and something we've asked, and I asked after we relocated to that building. Unfortunately, that's just not a good location for that right now.
I'm just thinking about that sharp turn coming back, even though we do the improvements, and
Understand.
everything, I'm still worried about someone get T-boned there. So I guess that's one of my concerns, the safety concerns, what I have on that one there.
Unfortunately,
But
we just don't think there's a way to safely do that through that parking lot to Marketplace.
I'm just thinking roundabout there would probably
Well,
alleviate all that.
we're getting there.
We're getting there.
Close.
That's certainly a concern for me. I do not have lights on the top of my car. And making that U-turn is extremely stressful.
Yes, ma'am.
Even a cut-through of the median where we could go straight instead of having to come and do a U-turn would be helpful.
Right. I'm going to let Mike go through that. He's got a number of slides here that I think we'll try to address some of this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay, that's okay. So I mentioned this part of the interim improvements, and then also another part of the interim improvements that we're proposing is to increase the left turn bay, the queue up there from Culler's turning on to Kyle Crossing. And so again, everybody who's driven there, I've driven there multiple times already, and you can see those cars as they're queuing up, they're backing up into the roadway. So we want to see if we can address that through some interim improvements as well. And then looking forward, I mentioned studies on two potential roundabouts, and one is at the Marketplace and Culler's Crossing intersection. And you can see some of the just conceptual layout for this right now. Obviously, there are right-of-way and utility considerations for this, so this is part of a longer-term improvement. And so we'd recommend moving forward into doing that full schematic and design for the roundabout, so we can start to work through all of those issues. Same thing for a potential roundabout at Culler's and Kyle Crossing as well. So we'd recommend also doing some additional, moving out of the conceptual and doing some additional design work, and again, working through all of those potential conflict issues there as well. But that is a part of the long-term improvements that we are recommending. So tonight, what I'm recommending is that we move forward with the interim improvements at the Marketplace, Culler's Crossing that I mentioned. Not the bulb out right now, that turnaround, because of the utility conflicts. Also, I talked with our consultants, and we think there's also an opportunity to look at, with the roundabouts, the necessity of that. And so I think that gives us a little more time to look at it as a corridor, which I'm very much in favor for. We need to look at the full mobility along that corridor, and then so we can do some initial analysis there as well. And then the left turn bay, adding some additional queuing there as well. So I go with that, that intersection, the interim improvements at the Marketplace intersection, and then the left turn bay improvement at Culler's and Kyle Crossing. Together, I've asked for an initial estimate. We're looking at about $400,000 combined, about $320,000, $330,000 for the Marketplace Culler's Crossing intersection, and that left turn bay is about another $70,000. So we're about in that $400,000 range, but we'll have more information as we finalize those change orders. The next steps would be to get those change orders done, and then bring those back to you for consideration to move forward with the interim improvements.
Just a couple of points. The roundabouts that we're showing at Kyle Crossing and Marketplace, as you may recall, those were funded in this last year's budget. We do have funding in place for that. So again, as Mike's indicating, we're recommending that we go. One of the things we had to do was figure out what is the right improvement. Does a roundabout work here? How would it be used? That work has been done, so we're recommending to go to full design so we could get that underway and deliver those projects. And then as the Marketplace Road itself is finishing up construction this summer, as soon as that work's done, we're looking to do a change order with that contractor to do this additional work with these additional what we're calling interim improvements before the roundabouts are built. But that we're hoping those things will improve the traffic flow in the area. There's more traffic, it seems like, every day, which we do need to take some steps to try to manage. So that's really the goal of this item, is to get this in front of you, make sure we're heading in the right direction. If there's any differences of opinion or other things you'd like us to look at, we're happy to do it. But we wanted to show you what we were thinking about and how we were going to move forward.
I've never seen roundabouts designed like those two.
Those are huge.
No, not the size. The size isn't the issue. It's just they're crossing lanes and all kinds of various stuff. I've just seen a lot of roundabouts. I've never seen them designed like that. So,
Go back to that, please.
go to the one in front of that one. You'll notice that they cross. So you start on the inside and it forces you to the outside and then back. Like it's not even a circle. It's a weird shape. So I don't know. I'd like to ask them where they got these ideas and if they've built these like this before and what kind of experience they have. I don't know who this engineering firm is exactly, who's done this, but.
Yeah, so I think we do have a representative from our engineering firm here at HDR. And I will just say, I mean, this looks like roundabouts that are designed to handle much higher traffic volumes. And I'm sure that's part of the volume projections going forward. But I don't know if, Alan, if you want to speak to this at all.
Sure. My name's Alan Crozier with HDR Engineering. I was not directly involved in putting together the schematic there. I'm more for the PS&E for the interim stuff. But yeah, our company's got a tremendous amount of experience designing these roundabouts. It is a little bit of a different configuration, mainly because of you got the future UP Railroad going up and over, and so you have a different and access to the RSI there. So you do have almost like a frontage road stuff that have to come in and tie in. So, but they've done the traffic studies on these, and it functions pretty well based on the data that they've done to date on the design.
Councilman Rizo.
I was going to say, Mayor, I agree with you. This one looks awkward compared to what we normally have seen with the 2 lanes that go in the uniform, homogeneous direction. This one has a lot of cuts. So
The other roundabouts that we did, we had an RFQ process that we went through to make sure that the firms we were selecting were, you know.
Yeah, I think what we're recommending, what the purpose of the study was to see what would be the correct traffic improvement here and would the roundabout work? And that conclusion is the roundabout is the preferred method here. We have not moved into selecting the design firm and bringing those forward. That's a process we can certainly go through an RFQ process if that's council's direction on that. But this was just really to say this is an improvement that could work at this location and then figuring out how to move that forward.
But so the action you're asking us to take though, is that moving in a different direction, or this is what we're doing?
So moving into full design is to
With this
bring back a design contract so that you
With
can
this
approve the
firm?
design contract.
On both roundabouts?
On both roundabouts, yes, sir. That's what we're asking to, if
I'd
you'd
rather
like
go
to.
through an RFQ process to make sure that we're,
Okay.
you know, that's the way we did it on the other ones.
We can certainly do that.
Councilman Hauser.
Yeah, just question, slide 5, page 5, with the interim proposal. So that was just a free turn left and right there? We're not putting any sort of measure in place for the increased volume of traffic?
So my understanding, and I might ask Leon to help me with this one, but my understanding is that based on the volumes that we're looking at, this isn't meeting warrants yet to do any type of signalization at this intersection right now, if you're talking about having other control devices at this point. But we will be looking at that going forward, absolutely. But that is not a part of the proposed interim improvements at this point.
I mean, how close are we to the threshold?
That's a good question. Leon, wanna?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barber, City Engineer. Council member, we really haven't looked at it lately. We did take some traffic counts on the previous study that we did. It wasn't even close because there was no traffic coming from Marketplace. You need to have a pretty good volume coming from that area.
So then,
Some of the requirements that you have to meet are, for example, if we had 5 accidents in that intersection within a year, that would be one way to trigger the installation of a traffic signal. There's also traffic counts that you need to have in both directions, east, west, and north going through that intersection. And like I said, right now, it's not even close because we really don't have any traffic coming off of Marketplace. But we anticipate that increasing, obviously, when it's opened up and then we all get that future development in there. So it would be something we would have to look at later as time went by, maybe take traffic counts again, just see how close we are.
so just so I'm understanding correctly, are you saying that even if this body decided that we wanted to have some sort of or traffic light or stop signs there, that we couldn't do that we would need to wait until there is traffic to do a traffic study to then hit a threshold?
That is correct. We ran through, if council recalls, we went through this similar process with Bunton Creek Road in Lehman, where we wanted to put those mobile traffic signals in there, but we said, council, we have to do traffic counts, because if we do install those without doing those traffic counts and justifying the need for it, we could be put in a libelous situation by having traffic signals that do not meet the warrants.
Well, can you tell me, like, what would that mean? What would the outcome of liable mean in this instance?
If somebody has an accident there,
Because there is a traffic light?
yes, sir, that is correct.
But, well, I understand, but we're also, I mean, common sense tells us that if we have a brand-new intersection. Well, no, I refuse to accept that as, okay, all right, well. So legally speaking, we cannot, if we decide that we want to have a stoplight there right now, we cannot do that. That's what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It does not meet the traffic warrants in the Transportation Manual and Uniform Traffic Control Devices.
It's the same battle, Mr. Heiser, I had 2-3 years ago with Bunton and Lehman. We had to do 3 studies. And it justified that the traffic was there, but it got voted as a roundabout in the very end.
What's interesting that you can do a roundabout.
Of course you can, especially here in Kyle, Texas. That's ridiculous. Okay.
Councilmember McKinney.
I guess my question is, why would we do the interim projects if we know we're going to go to the roundabouts? Why don't we just do the roundabouts?
Based on your timeline with the roundabouts, you're looking at least a year for design, another year for getting utilities cleared, maybe even 2 years to get utilities cleared. For example, at Kyle Crossing and Kohler's Crossing, that area is just loaded with utilities. If you know how the utilities identify with the colors on their different utilities, for example, gas is yellow and so forth and so on. When we did a subservice utility engineer on that particular intersection, pick a color, it was there. We had so many utilities in that intersection. So it would take them, I would say, at least 2 years to get those utilities cleared at Kyle Crossing and Kohler's Crossing if we were lucky. And so that you're looking now at 3 years, then another year and a half to build it. So you're looking at 4 to 5 years possibly for getting a roundabout completed in there.
Okay. So this is just to make it as safe as possible in the meantime?
That's the best the consultant could come up with on the design to try to make it improve the intersection as best as possible. We looked at a number of different things.
Right.
And you also have to remember, we're also going to have a bridge there coming in there someday. So that's another project that we're waiting on to try to hopefully get funding for that. So that's the reason that this one was a little bit tougher, because we knew that you have the ENS, I think is the firm that's there. You have to provide access for them to get to that intersection. You have RSI there who's got driveway close to that intersection. You have the bridge coming down that lands right about before RSI is located. So you've got a lot of conflicts in that area. So roundabouts, probably the best solution for that. I worry about a traffic signal, because coming off that hill, you know how it is with traffic signals. If you put them too close to a hill, then you have rear-end collisions. So to me, the roundabout would be the better overall solution for that intersection.
Okay. Thank you.
What was the final page on the recommended action? Can you go back to that? So I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to proceed with the interim improvements and bring back and to initiate an RFQ process to select a design firm based on qualifications for roundabouts.
Second.
Our motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Rizo. Is there discussion? And the only difference there is just to say, I understand that the HDR's done some initial work, but we need to make sure that the roundabouts are being built up to standard and that we're looking at all the firms that are available. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Rizo.
Yeah, Brian, what's the timeline gonna take if we go to RFQ? How much further is it gonna push this project? Because we're already behind.
It's probably about 90 days or so.
Okay, it's not
90
bad.
to 120 days, something like that.
It's a huge decision. And if that thing gets built in a way that it's so confusing that people don't know how to use it, it's going to create a nightmare for us.
Yeah, I understand that, but I also want to say it's 90 days, but it's a year and 90 days actually that we're behind from the bond. So I just want to make sure that
This is not a bond. This is not a bond.
Not the bond,
intersection, no.
Okay.
This is a brand-new one.
Oh, this is the one we just got. The
Yeah,
40
both
that's
of
right.
these are separate from
Yeah,
the
that's right.
2022.
You're right. I'm sorry, I was confusing you with the bond. All right, so 90 days, I can live with that. All right.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 33, consider directing the city manager to evaluate options for installing deceleration and acceleration lanes on Roland Lane near to the I-35 frontage road. Councilmember Rizo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will come back.
All right. Yeah, the reason I'm bringing this forward is because I had a couple of residents that live on Roland who are worried about exiting and entering Roland Lane. Been a couple of times where they felt like somebody was going to rear end them. So when I brought this forward, I thought about what we did over on 158 and thought that was a great idea. So I thought this would be something we could look at in this area. The only concerning thing I have is the culverts that are there. I don't know if that's too close to do another lane there, coming deceleration and then the acceleration. The other thing I would love to do is right there in the middle is make sure that if we do add the 2 lanes, making sure we have something that diverts people either turning right or if you're pulling out of rolling lane. The reason why is I'm worried about somebody using it as a passing lane as well. If we were to do those 2 lanes there. So and that's kind of what I'm looking at is deceleration lane for rolling, especially as the traffic's increased there in the afternoons. Just had some concerns for the residents in that area and they were wondering if it's something we could do as a city. So what I'm asking is to see if staff would evaluate the intersection and come back with a plan.
I think it's something TxDOT would have to sign off on, but
Correct.
we did exactly that on Marketplace. It made a huge difference.
And we're doing the same thing on 158, so I'm just making sure that we follow steps. We look at this as a city and see how we can make the intersection safer, especially now that we have an increase in traffic on it.
It's also something we could probably do in-house. I think we did Marketplace in-house.
Yeah, we'll be glad to take a look at it. If that's the direction of council, we'll be happy to do that.
I think that's a great suggestion, Robert.
Motion?
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to look at adding a acceleration, deceleration lane for Roland Lane.
All right, motion by Councilmember Rizo, seconded by Councilmember Heiser, that we look into acceleration, deceleration lanes at I-35 and Roland. Is there any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. I was just skipping the other 2 to make sure we were going to have time trying to get these important items out of the way. You don't want to keep going and get the last 2 in? All right, agenda
Keep them short.
Agenda item 29, receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff direction regarding street renaming for South Goforth Road and general annexation cleanup for city rights of way. Ms. McCollum.
Uh-oh.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Melissa McCollum, Chief Development Officer. This item coming before you this evening is we wanted to identifying a road that we need to have renamed in the city limits with Steve, our GIS and addressing coordinator, and then also talk about some annexation of roadway kind of cleanup items. So in reviewing kind of our road constructions and roads that we currently having coming online, what we refer to as South Goforth Road definitely needs to be renamed in accordance with 911 and addressing policies. Luckily, there's no current addresses on this portion of the roadway, and we can work with not only internally with our own addressing, but also with the county on 911 addressing and making sure that gets cleaned up. And new road names are adopted as part of a resolution. So this would be a street name change for that. And again, this is kind of a map showing that. It would really be for the existing Goforth Road, kind of starting from Yarrington there, and for any future and continued extensions that we do for the South Goforth Road. We do have existing portions of Goforth Road kind of on the northeast of the map there. Those that portion of the roadway name would not be changed, as there's about 75 addresses on that portion. We'll just be dealing with the portion that's kind of the South Goforth portion by Yarrington there. And also with Steve and GIS, we really looked at our roadways, and there's portions that are in and outside of city limits. So we really looked at 35 acres, 3.6 miles of kind of portions of roadways that we could go through and clean up and together as roadway annexation. The roads that we looked at were Bunton, Dacey, FM or Rural Route 150, FM 2770, and then South Old Stagecoach Road. So if you look at the yellow kind of represents our Kyle ETJ, and the other side, or the beige color, represents our city limits. So there was portions as developed and worked on that were not in the city limits. Cleaning up all of these portions along our right-of-ways will eliminate any response issues that we would have from emergency personnel, as well as really just identify who's responsible for the roadway, since state law as well as laws require if the city owns half of it, you really own all of it. So this will just kind of clean it up.
Okay.
Dacey is another portion here, so the red would be the portion that we would annex and bring in and kind of clean it up as we continue to work along the right-of-way. And then Rural Route 150 would be another portion. This will continue to be maintained by TxDOT, but we'll just clean up response authority on this roadway. Same with this one on 2770. This would be annexing this entire portion, which is about 11.2 acres. And again, a lot of these projects are adjacent to or continuations of kind of our road bond projects as well. And then this would be Old Stagecoach, and this would be annexing 640 feet at this intersection as well. So with that, we're hoping that you can provide us as staff a direction regarding how you would like to go about renaming the portion of South Goforth Road. You could do it in a multiples of ways, understanding that a resolution at the end would need to be adopted. For that, you could discuss it in a council work session, create a road naming committee, do some polling, ask staff to come up with some naming options that would be recommended or approved on that. So there's lots of different ways you can go about renaming roadways. And that is pretty much it. And then I'm hoping that you'll direct us also to clean up the annexation on the roadways and kind of all together for that as well.
Councilman Rizo.
Yeah, okay, so first of all, I don't want to get into the business of naming roadways. I think we need to leave it up to the public. It's never gone well, so let's leave it. I'd love to see it as maybe some. I don't know if I'd call it a contest. I definitely would love to see public interest do something like something online where people could come in, generate, and recommend, and then we could take the best recommendations and let staff bring something back to us, and the top three, right? Something like that we could do, and let's let the community do it. I mean, it's the roadways are going to be driving, they own them, they pay for them, so let's let the community name this road. I think I'm good with that.
Additional thoughts? Motion?
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to do a survey for the community on the renaming of the road.
And to direct staff to do the cleanup.
And to direct staff to do the cleanup as well on the roadways.
All right, the motion is to direct staff to do the roadway annexation and cleanup, as well as to direct staff to do a poll and engage with the community and bring back recommendations to us. Is there discussion on that motion?
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Next up is agenda item 30, receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff direction regarding proposed community information sessions. Ms. Saunier.
Hello, council, leadership. I'm here to bring back an item y'all requested back in July 2024 to bring forth some proposals for community information sessions. So essentially, we just wanted to give you a little bit of background, some current events and programs that the city is currently providing to residents for information or just background on how the city operates. We, of course, had our first inaugural 2024 City Fest this year. We had all the departments out on La Verde Green and the State of the City. We have Team Kyle Academy. Applications actually open for that on March 1st, 2025. Spring break camp a day. We usually have our spring break campers come to City Hall for the day, one day out of the camp, and learn how city government works. Of course, all of our boards, commissions, and kayak participation, all of our open houses. We just recently finished up about 5 of them for road bond open houses and have another one planned in April for Stagecoach. All the Parks Master Plan outreach this year, as well as Matrix Police staffing outreach, Kyle Citizens Police Academy, and Citizens on Patrol, of course, as well as all of our police ride-alongs, trainings, police security evaluations, and just the various staff presentations that we give throughout the year to different HOAs or organizations that request them, as well as city website, weekly report, and quarterly. We put together a list of potential topics. We are, of course, very open if council has any topics that they would specifically like us to cover, but we put together city finances, things like PIDs, TERS, those mechanisms that are not really that easy to understand and are not commonly used by an average person. City development, just really about the process, everything that goes into it from the actual design, development, bringing those DAs back to the council, how that works. City water and wastewater infrastructure, what really goes into a project, building something like a wastewater treatment plant or putting in new water lines, things of that nature. Transportation infrastructure is also a great one. What all goes into actually building a street? Why does it take a year or more? All the planning, design, utility way, all that kind of thing. Parks Master Plan update. We're about to get all of our input and feedback back from all of that outreach in 2024. We figured that'd be a really good one to maybe go out to the community with. And then, of course, any other topics council can think of. We put together a couple different potential formats for y'all. We could do a very simple informational videos. These would be kind of an evergreen thing. People could say if someone reached out to you with a question, you might be able to just send them a link to a video that we have and with a little bit of information where they could reach out to for more information. If they still had more questions about a PID, they could reach out to Pervez or city staff also. So one of the cons with that would be that it might not reach people that don't ever get online, don't use Kyle 10, don't use social media, anything like that. But it would be evergreen and it would be able to be sent to people very easily. Another option would be an in-person open house style. These would be more come and go, not really a presentation or online version, but more of a come, ask questions, get your questions answered, learn about these topics, really delve into the topics with the professionals and the experts in those fields. Some of the pros of that would be that it will be have the ability. Residents that are not online will be more likely to see the information, so you'll reach those older residents that might not use our website, that might not get on social media, or just those that are disinclined to be on our website or anything like that. But you won't really have the ability to reuse that information. Say, if you have, it'll be a one-time thing, not evergreen. You might not be able to send it out afterwards. So those are a couple of the potential formats and the pros and cons that go along with using them. So we just want to get your staff direction and feedback on these, and of course, just kind of see what y'all would like to take this with.
Thanks, Rachel. Option 3, what kind of direction would you need from us if that was the will of the council in order to give you an idea of what the combination looks like? Because it's definitely a split, because we got to serve all people if we're going to do this.
I think, honestly, I would just want to know kind of what you were thinking. Like, would that be a hybrid in your, such as like having it streamed online? Or would that be more, just kind of what your vision with it would be in that situation?
So just some thoughts. It's, like I said before, it's got to serve all people. And you, on the previous slide, you're correct. A lot of people don't use social media. But if we do in-house production and use it for like micro content that can go onto the YouTube channel as well and the city website, and it can be used for like onboarding for future council members. There's a multitude of ways we could use it for years to come. So this is like city government for dummies in my mind, and dummy number 1 over here. And I think I'd like to, does anyone want to jump in with some thoughts? If not.
Yeah, my thoughts were also, I sort of wanted to see like a classroom-led process where
like Team Kyle Academy style?
Yeah, where the instructor is the expert that does it every day, and people come and formally sit in his class. It could be one or 2 hours. and just discuss TERS budgets, and that's recorded. They can ask questions, so they get more one-on-one interaction.
That's on in-person open houses on page 5.
No, but they were talking about you show up, just ask them questions. You're not sitting.
Oh, no, we would have the experts there, so depending on
Yeah,
whatever
but what you're
the-
asking for is that they just show up, they look at a few posters, and then they leave. I mean, they ask you questions. What I'm asking for is that they actually learn some subjects so that, you know, they have a more understanding of the things related to the city. So I don't want to make it easy where it's just like show up, open house, leave. It's like the effort you put in is just to show that you made the effort. But I want to make sure that the instructors are teaching the subject. And it doesn't have to be a pass-fail. I'm saying very loose, but very comfortable to residents that want to actually learn the subject matter.
Miguel, have you, and I mean this like from in a very level place, have you been to Team Kyle Academy?
That's good. That's a good one.
Because that's exactly what you're
Right,
describing.
but that's not the hype that they're telling me here. The hype they're telling me here is, let's just create a little open house and list of subjects, people come and go.
But if it's like a Team Kyle Academy situation, we have space. I mean, I know that last time we talked about increasing the capacity for that, you told us that we were limited in space. So there's got to be a way.
If Team Kyle Academy is a sit-down classroom-led
It literally, they
process,
sit down.
That's
It is led by instructors.
That's what I want. Yeah.
And they
That's
have,
what I-
they have like
that's-
volunteer hours that
Right.
they have to do. They have to go to various parts of the city events and
Right.
participate.
I'm thinking like that,
There's a
1-2 hour
curriculum.
workshop,
That
mini
is
workshop.
essentially what Team Kyle Academy does. We have 7 classes. They're led by all different departments that are experts in their field. We then have
With the little
some take-home
syllabus that
assignments.
says, what is the TERS, how is it funded, what does it do, how does it impact, you know, the process. So a little syllabus that they learned on it. That's what I'm looking at.
Councilmember Harris.
So Team Kyle Academy is a commitment of a number of months and a lot of topics. But people may be interested in just one topic that we have. They may want to know more about what bonds are, what TERS are. They may want to know more about our parks plans. So single sessions where they are given expert evaluation, expert teaching on that, like Team Kyle. It could be the same. I mean, and it could also use videos that then go online, or go online first, and then they use the videos as part of that presentation. But it's a longer presentation, and the community gets to ask questions. I think is that kind of what you were talking about?
Yes, it was, and I was saying, if you don't get enrollment for it, don't do it. I mean, don't do it just to do it. I mean, put it up, and if people want to attend it, they're on the list, then you do the class. And if it's not going to be attended, don't do it. Just pick another topic.
Well, I think that we could try them and see. I think that there's still the issue of people that are not on the internet or social media. My neighbor is a perfect example that I'm not sure how you learn information if you are not on one of those two. But I do think that having it in person, I don't know if you have to sign up, but I think after we've done it 3 or 4, we'll see if there's interest.
All right. So what I'm hearing, y'all want more of a presentation style with a Q&A afterwards with an expert versus a come-and-go style one. I think that's definitely something we can do with the setup. I would want to get y'all's specific feedback on certain topics y'all would like us to cover in these. I'm hearing PIDs and TERS come up, so I'm hearing finance. Are there any others that y'all would like us to specifically highlight within our curriculum?
I mean, your whole list was good.
Yeah, good.
I like, if you could reach out to Cal Police and see about doing public safety, prevention, things like that, if you're new to the city. I'd like to also see how much we can utilize the Channel 10. That's very effective. Because I remember I don't have Spectrum anymore, but
I don't
you would
either.
see reruns of what was going on in the city, and you would see where our growth patterns were. You had people that were interviewed that were city employees that would talk about the city itself. I think that would be something to consider as well, is to do little segments of the city finance, maybe a 20-minute segment of what goes on in our city, give examples. You can talk about city development. You know, Travis has been doing a great job of researching our city from the beginning of time, in a sense. We can use photographs of
History.
that and then see where we're at as a city and say, this is how this area was developed under this STRS, under this development, and so forth.
The history of saloons and Kyle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. The transportation, the infrastructure,
Might need
it
to
tells
get a
people
historian on
about,
board.
you know, the road here was being built in 2009, and now we got a 22 bond, and you break down to everybody, and it's on a repetitive schedule. And that way, when you have newer people that move here and they run across Channel 10 or whatever, they've got the videos of the parks and so forth. That could be still another way of reaching out. And then you can, like what Mr. Hyde, Mayor Pro Tem Heiser says, you can put it on YouTube and you can repeat it as well. And then if you want to decide to do an open house every quarter, whatever the subject may be, you can break it down into that. And then also have, like I said, Kyle Police, Kyle Fire, or whoever it is, just come and say, we're going to do a seminar on Saturday morning or Friday night or Thursday afternoon. We're going to spend about an hour and a half and just speaking about economic development or how to utilize the new strategic website and get people to come in and say, hey, look, this is what we're doing. And live stream that or record that so people can see it. And it can be a continuous, repetitive videos and information that everybody could use, English and in Spanish.
Do you mean the videos have captioning in Spanish or Spanish speakers and all of
You
them?
probably have either or.
Okay.
Definitely caption ability.
We could definitely do captioning. We might have issues getting experts in both English and
but the
Spanish to
caption
attend
for
the
sure,
one thing.
for those
but for sure.
that there's, yeah.
I would say
Just an
on
idea.
the city development, I think one of the important things to include is what the state restrictions are on our ability to manage our own development. Because I think that's a serious issue for our people. They think that we can just stop development. They don't understand that the state has a lot of restrictions on us.
Definitely could probably definitely cover that in a develop soon article.
Yeah.
All right, anyone else?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve option 3, a hybrid of informational videos that can live in various places on the internet, and then in-person events that are more of the classroom variety.
Second.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Rizo, that we approve option number 3, hybrid of option 1 and 2. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Motion to adjourn. All right, we're adjourned.